in arms, please get the delegates into the hall. Waiting for the delegates to get into the hall, I'd like to call your attention to a piece of material that's being passed out by the sergeant at arms. We'd like you to all read that before our next speaker appears. Take your seats. This time we're going to recognize Vice President James Jackson, Chairman of the Credentials and Restoration Committee, for a partial report. Brother Jackson.
Thank you, Claude. Before I make that report, I have an announcement to make. Immediately upon the adjournment of the convention this afternoon, all ACWA delegates and staff will caucus in the convention hall. This is a partial report. We have delegates from 74 local unions. 195 delegates have registered. We have 8 CLUs represented. We have 3 state organizations represented and 42 guests. I move that the delegates be seated up to this point.
You heard the committee's report that all delegates have been issued badges. At this point, be officially seated. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. We're going to revise the agenda slightly and get the Rules Committee report out of the way also before we ask our next speaker to come forward. This time we recognize Vice President Schaefer, Chairman of the Rules Committee. The Rules Committee report. Brother Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Rules Committee recommends the following procedure be followed during this convention. 1, the convention shall be called to order at 9:30 a.m. on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. The convention shall recess for lunch and reconvene according to program schedule and shall remain in session until the business of the day is completed. 2, delegates desiring to address the convention on any question shall announce their name, the organization which they represent, and the number of their local union. 3, if a delegate, while speaking, be called to order, he shall, at the request of the chair, take his seat until the question of order is decided. 4, should 2 or more delegates arise to speak at the same time, the chair shall decide who is entitled to the floor. 5, no delegate shall interrupt another in his remarks except to raise a point of order. 6, a delegate shall not speak more than once on the same subject until all who wish to speak have had an opportunity to do so, nor more than twice, nor longer than 5 minutes at a time, without the unanimous consent of the convention. 7, at the request of 10 delegates, the mover of a motion shall submit it in writing. 8, a motion shall not be open for discussion until it has been seconded and stated from the chair. 9, a motion to lay on the table shall not be debatable except as limited by Robert's Rules of Order. 10, all resolutions shall bear the signature of the introducer and title of the organization he represents, and shall be submitted in triplicate form, except those submitted to the Secretary-Treasurer 30 days before the convention in accordance with Article 7, Section 6 of the Mississippi FL-CIO Constitution. 11, let me interrupt here. I should have said it earlier, but for the lack of copies of this, if there's a question on any, just mark the number of of the paragraph, and we will refer back to it. 11, no motion or resolution shall be voted upon until the mover of the introducer has a chance to speak on it if he or she so desires. 12, the reports of committee shall be subject to amendments and substitutes from the floor of the convention, the same as other motions and resolutions. 13, when the question is pending before the convention, no motion shall be in order except to recess convention, to refer for the previous question, to table indefinitely, to table for a specific time, to divide or amend, which motion shall have precedence in the order named. 14, issues may be decided in any parliamentary manner, but a call of the roll is in order when supported by 30% of the delegates present at the time of demand. 15, when a roll call has been taken and all delegates present have had an opportunity to record their votes, the ballot shall be declared closed. 16, when a roll call ballot has been ordered, no adjournment shall take place until the results have been announced. 17, it will require 2/3 of the seated delegates to hold a night session. If a night session is held, the Assembly Hall shall be cleared of all delegates by 11 p.m. 18, international representatives shall have the privilege of the floor on any matter of business, governed by the same rules as all other delegates. 19, Robert's Rules of Order shall govern all matters not herein provided for. Respectfully submitted, the Rules Committee. Let me make this comment because of time and the urgency of this report. It is impossible to have copies for you at this time. We will attempt to have them for all delegates in the morning. Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of these rules.
You heard the committee's report, and the motion to adopt the rules is read by Vice President Schaefer. Do we have any discussion on the motion? As he said, we'll try to have copies for each delegate on your table in the morning. Any discussion on the motion? Not all in favor of the motion to adopt the rules indicate it by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Thank you, Brother Schaefer. Will the escort committee please bring our distinguished guest forward, please? We've had much discussion throughout the nation in recent years concerning the need of legislation in the field of consumer affairs, especially truth in packaging, truth in lending. And there has been some discussion about underwear of certain people. And I understand that you do have some problems in this area as well. We thought you'd like to see that survey placed on your desk. It adds a certain amount of humor to the situation. And even though we want to be very serious about this particular situation we're faced with, we thought it would be well to add a little humor to it. That's the reason for making that article available to you. As all of the delegates present know, the standard of living enjoyed by this country was largely brought about as a result of the collective bargaining process. We're very proud of the fact that we have the highest standard of living of any nation in the world. But we find ourselves in a position now, because of all kinds of gimmicks, short change packages and things of this kind, that we're not getting our money's worth, frankly. On the other hand, because of the high interest rates on money and things of this kind, that standard of living is again jeopardized from this end of the spectrum. We are very pleased this afternoon that we have a representative of the Health, Education, and Welfare Department in Washington on Consumer Affairs with us. We asked Ms. McCaig to come down and visit with us and address the convention. We hope after she has addressed the convention that you will see the need of organizing consumer organizations in the state in an effort to protect our membership and the other citizens of this state from exploitation in this particular area. We have a couple of guests with the lady that I'll introduce to you later. This time it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you Ms. Diane McCaig, Special Assistant to Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare. Ms. McCaig.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. I also want to thank my escort committee. We got enough women up here to start a battle of the sexes. So we caucused on that subject, discovered it wasn't worthwhile, so we're all partial to men. It was a real honor to be asked to speak today to the Mississippi AFL-CIO convention. I worked with the Department of Labor in this area of the country, so I'm familiar with your interests and particularly the special problems here. For a number of years, I was concerned with the kind of thing Mr. Ramsey was talking about this morning, the Workmen's Compensation Program and unemployment compensation, and particularly the establishment of a State Department of Labor here in Mississippi to implement those labor laws on the books. But I was most especially concerned with the minimum wage, a decent wage so that every American family can enjoy a decent standard of living. And the way I got into consumer interests was to follow your friend Esther Peterson into the field when we turned the coin over and found that a good wage is great, but if you waste that resource, you haven't really achieved what you were attempting to do for the American family. And on why I'm here, I like to tell the story of the Lutheran minister. You know, some of them wear their collars backwards, and this one particular minister was late for church one morning, so he and his wife got in the car and took off down the street lickety-split, and pretty soon they heard a motorcycle cop at his side. He pulled him over. He got out and he took one look at the minister in the car. He was Pat, the fellow was talking about this morning, and he says, "Good morning, Father." Well, he says, "Father, it is a beautiful morning, and I do hate to be chastising you, Father, but you were going a wee bit fast, Father." So it was Father this and Father that. Pretty soon, he let him go without giving him a ticket. And as they pulled away, the wife said to him, "Now, Fred, that really wasn't quite honest. You know what he thinks you are." And he said, "Yes, honey, I realize that, but what I can't figure out is what he thinks you are." Well, I am interested in improving the consumer interest through HEW program and the General Administration program. Problems that have been occasioned by poor laws, unconscionable credit practices, and forms of exploitation in the marketplace. We, too, as Mr. Ramsey said this morning, are against exploitation of anyone and by anyone. Now, the consumer movement is not new. There was great emphasis placed on the consumer by labor, by business, by the government, through programs and laws, and through programs such as our Food and Drug Administration food protection. But from time to time, the consumer comes in for a special measure of attention. For example, this was true during the Depression, when the government found that the programs they had designed to help restore industrial activity weren't effective until they got the consumers involved in their attitudes and their needs. Well, now we again have a highlighting of the consumer interest. President Johnson calls it the consumer era. And this is not this time as a result of bad times, but as a result of good times. Never in the history of the world has one country moved so many goods so expeditiously. Our modern technology has been a great boon to everyone, except when the consumer goes into the marketplace and is unable to deal with the more sophisticated practices. Time was when the consumer grew his food, or bought it from a neighbor, or bought it from a friend with whom in the store with whom he could discuss the merits of that product. But that's no longer true. The producer is faceless, and the marketplace is impersonal, and the consumer is at the mercy of the producer-dominated advertising media, which bombards him with an awful lot of nonsense. You know, this is a wonderful product, ho, 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 but there's nothing on it to tell him whether it is or not, so that he can make a sound judgment. Now, the president says that what we need is a fair return for the dollar, and that is what 35 state consumer councils are presently working for. In 35 states, the AFL-CIO, the church groups, the women's groups, the civic organizations, a broad spectrum of public interest have banded together to attempt to field better consumer programs. They have done such things as help establish on the community level consumer protection units to help with individual problems. They've encouraged their state attorney general's office to establish a consumer protection unit and to represent the consumer before the agencies of the state. They've worked on antiquated state laws and passed state truth in lending laws and passed laws that say in the supermarket, if you're going to put a steak out in a package, it has to be, you have to be able to see through it on both sides so you can see what's on the bottom. They don't have to be on the back. And they've been very active in assisting us with federal legislation with which in the last couple of years we've made a great deal of progress. Now, we got some real impetus on the federal level for the consumer program from President Kennedy, who in 1962 made the first consumer message to the U.S. Congress. And in that message he enunciated 4 consumer rights. President Kennedy said the consumer has a right to safety. No one should sell him contaminated meat and dangerous products. He said the consumer has a right to reliable information. Deceptive advertising and half-truths on packages are wrong. He said the consumer has a right to a reasonable choice, which took us to the field of more training and more business and antitrust. And the consumer has a right to be heard, at which point he appointed Esther Peterson as his special assistant for consumer interests. And of course, she's now been succeeded by Betty Furness. We had some heroes and heroines in the consumer field in the last couple of years with Esther and Senator Douglas. And our first federal breakthrough legislation-wise was truth in packaging. There were some abuses in that field. You had to turn the thing over 6 times to find, the name of it and the size of it. The size was in a quarter of grams or some odd measurement. You didn't know what was in the package. There were things in the package like the jumbo quart, whatever that was, and misleading sent-off deals. Now, truth in packaging is a simple disclosure act, as Kennedy said, the right to information. It says that the manufacturer must put on the package what's in it and how much of it. And it was exceedingly controversial when it was before the Congress, regardless of the fact that it seems kind of elementary that you ought to have on the package what's in it. Now, this was a breakthrough, and the regulations under this act will become effective this July. But it doesn't entirely take care of the problem. For example, Betty Furness keeps talking about 57 sizes of toothpaste. Since she counted, there have been some more. They're now 65. If I go to the supermarket and I want to know how to get the most for my money in toothpaste, I don't have time to stand there and compare 65 sizes only quantity, not even to get into quality. So we do have a problem in proliferation of package size. Now, under truth in labeling, it was provided that the Department of Commerce should set up a voluntary program when a certain industry has too many packages. We should follow the manufacturers and the producers and the distributors and some consumers to try to work the problem out. And they have set up 50 different industry committees. Two have made some progress. For example, the instant coffee industry has agreed to reduce the number of packages to sizes between 2 and 16 ounces and even ounces. And the edible oils industry has agreed to reduce from 15 to 7 packages, so that you have a fighting chance of figuring out how much is in it for the price. But the consumer groups are watching this item very closely to see that indeed we do make some progress in a voluntary program, because to get the most from our dollar, we can't deal with the many thousands of different sizes in the supermarket. In addition, the consumers are keeping an eye on this subject from the standpoint of advertising. And we haven't passed a law against nonsense, and I'm not suggesting one, but we can legislate hate. We can do something about it through our shopping practices by becoming better. The second most controversial item is still on the battlefield, and that's truth in lending. Truth in lending is a simple concept. Simply says that a borrower should be advised what the annual interest rate is on the use of that money. Now, truth in lending bill passed the Senate last year, and a much stronger truth in lending bill passed the House last month. Due to the yeoman efforts of Congresswoman Sullivan of Missouri and Congressman Patman from Texas, they have a number of provisions in the House bill that were omitted in the Senate. For example, the House bill covers revolving credit accounts of the major department stores, so that they would need to tell the consumer not only is that this money is going to cost you 1.5 points a month, but they'd have to disclose that if you carry it for a year, it's going to cost you 18%, whereby, of course, you might be better off to go to the bank or someplace and get that same money at a lesser rate. The House bill also covers transactions wherein the interest charge is less than $10 a year. The House is afraid that everybody's trying to get in under that minimum exemption. And the House bill provides some restrictions on garnishment. We're hopeful that they will resolve their differences in the two versions and get truth in lending out this year. So it's been a 7-year battle. We've waited quite a while for that. But even if truth in lending passes, it doesn't really take care of all the problems in the credit field. And there's going to be a great deal of work there for consumer organizations to pursue. For example, what good does it do to tell a poor consumer the annual interest rate he must pay for a loan if that's the only place he can get the loan, even though the rate is too high? The AFL-CIO consumer expert Cindy Margolis cites instances in his book, The Innocent Consumer versus the Exploiters, of where the consumers are paying 287% interest because it was in a ghetto area, a rural poor area, and the person couldn't get the money otherwise, and they had to have it. So we, in addition to truth in lending, we've got to do more for the low-income consumer, either by law or by alternative methods of credit. Now, by law, most states have usury laws, and they think people are inclined to think, well, they take care of everything. They don't. They only cover a few transactions, so that most of these, high-income practices are perfectly legal. High-rate practices are perfectly legal. The second alternative to a stronger usury law is to provide another method of getting credit, such as credit unions, which would encourage thrift and also give the low-income borrower a chance to get money at a decent rate. unsolicited credit cards. And I've heard people seriously discuss the possibilities that in a few years money will be out of date. We'll do everything with a signature card. Well, now, for that purpose, we need laws that aren't weighted on the side of the creditor, as the laws were drafted in a whole different era. We no longer have debtors' prisons, as they did in Old England. They're illegal in the United States. But our antiquated state laws put up some prisons with some invisible bars. For example, in most states, garnishment of wages is permitted. And that is when a person is unable to pay a bill, often with very little notice. The creditor can come in and attach the wages. Now, in a few states, most of the wages are exempt. The creditor can attach maybe 10% of the wages and so forth. But in others, he can get almost the whole thing, maybe leaving $20 a week, $30 a week, $35, and you know you can't see his family on that. An ancillary problem with garnishment is that very often the employer will fire the person who's garnished. He's not going to do the bookkeeping. So that here this debtor is in debt, lost his job, his wages gone, and he's in a prison that he simply cannot escape from. Or one of the few solutions to that kind of thing is personal bankruptcy. And the rate of personal bankruptcy has been going up in this country by leaps and bounds. Last year, 200,000 people in this country took personal bankruptcy, and a great many of them were kids. Because you see, our kids, when they marry, go into debt. They buy the furniture and the car to get back and forth to work. And if they didn't use this marvelous tool of credit properly, it became instead a dangerous practice. So that in addition to truth in lending, we've got an awful lot to do to remedy the exploited practices in the credit field. Now, President Johnson, who would like to see this be the Congress of the consumer, issued in 1967 and again in 1968 two consumer messages listing a number of problem areas. And it's interesting that most of the things he has called for legislation to correct are in the field of safety. We're still on basic safety of the American public. Indeed, the four laws that were enacted last year were all on safety. The first one was the National Commission on Product Safety to look into the household products and their dangers. For example, the consumer wants a power lawnmower that isn't going to endanger his home, and he wants toasters and things in the home to hold dangerous things. The second was the clinical laboratories law. There are 1,400 clinical laboratories in this country that make blood tests and such, and we discovered that of course they weren't regulated. We discovered that 1/4 of their tests were wrong. So that if they made the wrong test on your blood, when you got a transfusion with the wrong stuff, it was like bon voyage. Now, we did get clinical laboratories passed. The third to be enacted was flammable fabrics. We had a flammable fabrics law, but it only covered a few items of wearing apparel, so that we were still testing the flammability of our fabrics by burning our kids. All right, we got that extended to more items of wearing apparel, plus things like baby blankets and drapes. And the fourth item passed was the wholesome meat law. It came as a great shock to the American consumer who thinks, somebody up there is watching over him, that nobody was inspecting the intrastate meat, meaning that he was getting an awful lot of contamination on the meat counter. When President Johnson signed the wholesome meat bill, he asked Upton Sinclair to come sign. Upton Sinclair is now very old. But he was instrumental in getting the first wholesome meat law enacted in 1970. And he did it by accident. He had written a book called The Jungle, and it was about labor policy, the need for, more opportunities for the American worker. And in the middle of the book, he had 7 pages that had to do with the practices in Chicago slaughterhouse. And the things he said were so appalling that the public got up in arms and passed the first wholesome regulate intrastate sales of land. That is, if they advertise land in Florida and you're going to buy it and so forth, they have to put in the brochure that it's underwater. Then the second thing is on the regulation of mutual funds. It's been suggested that too much money that the American investor is putting in mutual funds is going into the administration of sales. Another item is the medical devices proposal. Now, not just because this is an HEW proposal, but it is near and dear to my heart. It shocks me to know that nobody tests medical devices that are implanted in the bodies of American medical clients. For example, a heart valve that's implanted in the body is seen by nobody except the person that manufactured it. And one manufacturer did put some out made of an alloy and coated with a chemical that when these valves were implanted in the body had a chemical reaction. 37 people out of the 92 in whom the heart valve was implanted died. Now, how hideous and grotesque to have something in your body with a chemical reaction and not knowing, when it was going to strike you, because there were no standards, there was no government agency authorized to look at that thing before it was sold and used. Now, I think that's appalling, and it's something that the citizens need to work on. Another item in the 67 message was a proposal having to do with electric power reliability, hence some of those blackouts in the Northeast, and one on the natural gas pipeline safety. We've had some terrible tragedies with gas pipelines under the ground blowing up, and that would regulate that industry. Now, in the 68 message, President Johnson included sales rackets. The American public is losing $500 million a year in deceptive door-to-door sales, primarily home improvement rackets. And this law would give the FTC the right to come in and make these people cease and desist. Second proposal in the 68 message was on automobile insurance. Now, this the consumers write an awful lot of letters about. Consumers will say, well, my premium on my automobile insurance policy went up because I belong to a group that is considered especially risky. Now, this group includes ministers. I thought they were the good guys. Divorcees, low income, the young, the old. All these people are paying greater rates for their insurance, and I'm not sure that there are any statistics to support the fact that they're greater risk. Moreover, there's something wrong with the whole system. The money paid for automobile insurance premiums in Michigan last year was returned to the victims by 50%. The other 50% in the field of health, where we need better informed people. For example, our Dr. Goddard recently advertised in the Federal Register some proposed regulations on the advertising of drugs and invited comments. He got 92 comments, all from the pharmaceutical industry and advertising, and not one from a consumer, which puts him in a difficult position because he's then the only spokesman for the other side. Also, at this point in time, our public health service is fielding through the state a comprehensive health plan that will affect the delivery of health services in every state immediately and forever. And we don't have any consumers participating in this beyond the ones the statute calls for. So we need your assistance in this field. The AFL-CIO, as you know, has long been active in the consumer education field. You all kind of pioneered in that. And you had some programs for your members on how to be a better shopper and how to get the most for your dollar and so forth. You have done a great deal in that field. We're hopeful that you will continue with it. Two, you have helped spearhead in the 35 states which have the Consumer Council, this kind of organization. Very often it was the AFL-CIO and the labor movement that called together interested people from the churches and the civic groups and the women's organizations to help them set up a volunteer consumer council to protect the consumers in their state and to work with the federal program. We need this kind of leadership, and I'd like to see Mississippi on the move in the consumer field. If you will help mobilize these efforts, it would be a great boon to us. For example, next April the 26th, we're having in Washington a meeting of the state consumer groups, and Mississippi won't be represented because we don't yet have a council here. We're hopeful that you will mobilize these efforts so that all citizens will have a fair opportunity to share in the abundance of a fair market.
Very much, Mr. Chair. Very timely and pertinent remarks. I'd like to present you a copy of a resolution that the convention will be considering before we leave town heading into the Southern Matter address. Very glad to have you with us. We hope that you can stay around and visit with us some. Glad to hear you, Mr. I'd like to introduce a couple of associates here. Mr. Jaggs with the Drug Administration. I'd also like to call your attention to the fact that we have a display of some material in the far corner of the hall over here dealing with consumer affairs. We have Mrs. Ruth Cochran from, Metairie, Louisiana, for the Food Drug Administration. And Ms. Joanne Simpson, also Food Drug Administration out of New Orleans. Glad to have you ladies with us, and we do hope that as a result of your visit here today, and the visit of your other associates, you have a chance to stimulate some interest in getting the Consumer Council organized. And I say I assure you, for one thing, that being seated at the RCO will greatly please. Thank you. Have arrived, so we'll give them an opportunity to come up. Months ago, I had an opportunity to sit down and talk with Dean Llewellyn, School of Fitness Administration at Mississippi State University. He expressed a real concern over the absence of a Department of Industrial Relations at the university and sought our support and our cooperation in helping to establish such a department at the university. Mississippi State University is probably doing the best job of any of our state institutions in the field of labor management relations. It's been my pleasure to have been on the campus on numerous occasions in the past few years. They have, I think, one of the best programs going over there to be found, as a matter of fact, anywhere in the South, to the best of my knowledge. And of course, that's understandable because the man that's been working in this area is an old Union officer, Dr. Rudolph White, who has been with us on past occasions. This time, I'd like to let him stand up and let you see who he is. Rudolph White at the University of Mississippi. He's a former president of a local union, rubber workers local over in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. And another one of his associates who's up here also is Dr. Ebersole from the university, who is also working in this area. We've asked all three of them to come up. Mr. Ebersole, will you stand up and take a bow? We're glad to have both of you here. Now, the reason we've got these two gentlemen, along with our speaker up here, is it was felt that there might be some questions raised, and the dean wanted to make sure that he had his lieutenants available to help ask those questions. Right, Dean? Several weeks ago, well, it's been a couple of 3 months ago now, I guess it's been, as a result of my visit with the dean, I told him that I felt that we should try to get a cross-section of the labor movement together in Mississippi and seek their views and cooperation on this project. I didn't want to get into it until we'd had an opportunity to review it with a cross-section. This was made up of local union officers, international representatives, full-time business agents, just plain union officers. Many of you present here were invited to that meeting. We didn't try to slight anybody. We just wanted to try to get a cross-section to get their views before we got into it. And we had, I guess, about 40 people in attendance at the university. After that meeting, the representatives present felt that it was a very worthwhile project, that we should make an effort to see what we could do to assist the university in trying to set up this Department of Industrial Relations, and that we should invite Dean Fluellen over to explain the program to you and give you an opportunity to in turn raise any questions that might be in your mind. So just keep this in mind, that after the dean finishes his address, we'll be glad to open the floor for discussion. Any questions you have, you might want to make a few notes as he goes along. So this time it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you Dean William C. Fluellen from the School of Business and Industry at Mississippi State University. Dean Fluellen.
Thank you, Claude. As I listened to the speaker that preceded me, I became aware again of the difficulty of following a superior speaker, but not only that, of following a superior speaker who's also a lovely lady. But then, when Claude introduced Dr. White, it became quite apparent which one of the three of us should be making this talk. I do not have the connections that Dr. White had. I can see that. We are glad to be here. We are in Claude Ramsey's debt again. We're in his debt for many appearances before our students and faculty. As you know, we can't give these students in the classroom the sorts of things that men like Claude Ramsey can give them. And we're also in his debt for working with us bring the program that we hope to implement thus far along the way. Now, I had planned to give my talk in 3 parts: a history of our thinking, the program that we hope to implement, and some of the problems of getting this program going. Claude has given you a nice segment of the history of our thinking, so I can make my historical comments quite brief. We did not have to think to recognize the need for teaching, research, and consultation and other services in the area of industrial relations in the state of Mississippi. The need was apparent when I got here in 1961. Dr. White had already begun working on it. By 1964, I suppose in the year 63, 64, Dr. White drew up a proposal for an industrial relations center. And we made what we thought was a very strong effort to begin the work of this center, but we ran into lack of resources to such an extent that we had to table our program. Now, as we worked with the youngsters of Mississippi and talked with people like Claude Ramsey, Dixon Pyle, many other industrial and business leaders in the state, as we watched the continuing industrialization of Mississippi, as we increased our rapport with organized labor, and last, as we continued to have these confrontations with the absence of information about matters that pertain to industrial relations, we decided to take our plans off the shelf and try to get something going again. Therefore, I am here today to discuss our program with you. As Claude has told you, we have already had a preliminary meeting to see if the program that we had was worthy of bringing to you. We hope that our estimate was correct. Now, this program is a program to provide services not now readily available in Mississippi for both organized labor and management and government and any other segment of our society that finds them useful. We can break this program into 3 major segments: a training segment, a research segment, and a segment that we probably should call other services. It includes consultation, it includes library services, it includes reporting on current data, and it includes the provision of competent personnel in Mississippi for arbitration services. First, I would like to discuss briefly with you our views on a training program that might be undertaken by an industrial relations center at Mississippi State University. The program might be put on at 2 levels, at both of 2 levels. One, the community or local union level, where we'd hold meetings in local facilities, union halls, public school buildings, town halls, and the like. Then we might have programs at state and regional level that might be held on Mississippi State campus or in Jackson or on the coast or wherever those people who wish to have the training program thought it should be held. The presentations might take the form of short courses, of conferences, of workshops, of seminars, or any other type of presentation that those who are going to be involved in consultation with our professional faculty members would decide to use. Now, the content of these programs would be shaped by those who want them. Generally, the objective would be the improved effectiveness in industrial relations activity. And, of course, these programs would involve many areas of training. We have found many universities across the land offering these courses. One of the best known is the one at Michigan State University. They say in one of their brochures that they reached over 3,000 students in 82 programs in the year 1966-67. And they hold multiple sections of some 15 or 20 training courses. I think I will read some of these to you so you will get the flavor of the sort of training that we would like to start in the state of Mississippi. They break their series of sessions into 5 major segments. The first they call the Union as an institution, and there they teach the structure and history of American labor, union administration, and legislation in the Union. The second of their major sections of coursework is called the collective bargaining process. Here, the courses cover collective bargaining, the communications process, and labor legislation. The third they call the training of union officers and stewards. They cover parliamentary procedure, effective speaking, effective reading, shop steward training, discussion leader training, and improvement of writing ability. The fourth they call government and the legislative process. And here they cover labor and government, state government, local government, and legislative issues. And the last is called background information for citizens. It covers taxes, consumer problems, how the economic system works, psychology for workers, propaganda analysis, and pre-retirement programs. Michigan State will offer any other type of program for which there is a demand. If citizens of the state of Michigan, or for that matter, for any part of the country, present their needs to the center at Michigan State University, we would like to assume this role in Mississippi. The second major segment of our proposed program is a research program. We have found that our state needs study and analysis of a type not now available. Not available in almost every area of significance for industrial relations. Among many other things, we think we need cost of living studies. We need studies of fringe benefits in Mississippi. We need studies of industrial wage structure, of wage levels by the various regions of the state, of absenteeism, of labor turnover, of collective bargaining trends, of our unemployment compensation law, of industrial safety practices and needs. There are many others. I name these just to give you the flavor of our thinking. These studies must have the impartiality and the objectivity that we think can best be developed in the atmosphere of a great university. There are other services that such a center would perform. There's a consultation service. This would be especially useful in the development of training programs at the local union level, of consultation, however, in any of the various aspects of industrial relations activity. We think that a reporting service would be helpful for our state, a reporting service on a current and continuing basis for wage and fringe benefits data, industrial relations practices, collective bargaining developments, and any other item that you felt needed current reporting and analysis. We believe that this state should have a library to which you could come for information of a sort not now available in the state of Mississippi. It would contain all of the several labor services. It would contain files of labor contracts, as well as a great deal of other fugitive information that is now not available in Mississippi. We think that by bringing to the state the professional faculty members who would operate this center, we would be providing arbitration services of a nature not now available in Mississippi. Claude has indicated one of the reasons that we have come to you today. First, we wanted to acquaint you with our thinking. We want eventually to ask you and your leaders what you think of this program. And the second thing that we need to do is to ask you for your support. The problems of implementation are many. At Mississippi State, we are already working with organized labor. We have held 2 collective bargaining workshops for postal clerks. Dr. White has just completed a study in which many of you participated by furnishing information titled Unionism in Mississippi. We have co-sponsored industrial relations seminars on wage hour laws and such with the Industrial Relations Subcommittee of the Mississippi Bar Association. We continually make studies of Mississippi's economy, studies that should be useful to you in your activities. Our problem is that we do not have the necessary resources to give this program the thrust that it should have. Over the years, I feel sure that we can get it started. But this program, we think, deserves more than that. Our problem is that in the past 7 years, our undergraduate student body has increased 100%, from 950 students to 1,850 students. Our graduate enrollment in the same period has increased from 30 students to 105 students. Our faculty has increased 10%. We also are having additional demands in the area of research, demands that require us to match funds if we are to get additional resources to enable us to do more than Mississippi resources will permit. We are also asked daily to work with industrial firms on training courses. We have these demands, yet we feel that we must move to meet the needs that an industrial relations center should serve so well. To give this program meaning in the next 5 years, we must have faculty time devoted solely to the program. We think that we should put 2 full-time professional staff members with the necessary secretarial assistance, travel money, computer time, and the like. We need, at the moment, support for 2 years. Actually, support on a continuing basis will enable the program to attain its full maturity and its full service, and we think will enable it to pay for itself in services to those who might contribute. We hope that this program is going to be worthy of your support. If it isn't, we do not want the support. This evening, we are going to meet with a group of your leaders to discuss again the worthiness of the program and to hopefully move into a program of action to establish the Industrial Relations Center at Mississippi State University. I am indeed appreciative of the time and opportunity, Claude, that this group has provided us. We are looking forward to a continuing and mutually profitable relationship. Thank you, Claude. If there are questions, we'd be pleased to have them.
Thank you very much, Dean. I wonder if Dr. White or Mr. Ebersole, either one of you would like to have a word to say on the subject. Or you want to just ask questions? Well, you heard the Dean give an excellent description of what we're attempting to do, or at least attempting to assist him to do. And we told you we'd give you an opportunity to ask some questions if you would like. Do we have any questions posed to either of the three gentlemen? Looks like you've done a pretty good job of explaining it, Dean. Yes. Well, let me say this, that Bob, did you want to ask? Let me tell this group who you are. I tried to introduce you earlier and you slipped out on us. This is Robert Boyd, who I mentioned earlier, has been working with the Young Democrat organization here in the state, graduate of Ole Miss. He's now presently working for the Delta Democrat Times in Greenville. He's done quite a bit of work for this organization. As I pointed out to you this morning, he put together that neat little brochure you have in your kit, along with that citizenship guide on local self-government. Bob, we're glad to have you. Let's give him a hand of applause. What was your question now?
You sort of saved me when you said a presently offer. Thank you. I thought that I heard it so well that I fell into the problem of all.
Let me interrupt the Dean a minute. Ray, would you get the house engineer and ask him to install a couple of floor mics? I overlooked the fact we didn't have any audio. We need a couple of floor mics. Would you get him in? The Dean will repeat the question to him.
The question was, what will this Industrial Relations Center do that is not presently done by the Research and Development Center? First, it will provide people with terminal qualifications, with a PhD degree, who can devote full time to study and training activities. We do not look upon the Research and Development Center as an educational institution, but as a research and economic development institution. If it is research and development for industrial development, which I believe the Stanford report gave as its objectives, it might not ever get into industrial relations activities in the sense that we plan to do so. We do not plan to get in, do this research and training in order to develop the economic activity in Mississippi. What we intend to do, hopefully, is to improve the effectiveness of industrial relations activity in Mississippi. And as far as I understand, this is not an objective of the Research and Development Center. Dr. White, would you, Dr. Eversole, like to comment on this? Dr. White has said they are doing little in the area of manpower development at this time. In fact, we are sitting with them now, working out proposals for manpower research that will be accomplished upon our campus with their cooperation. Well, since you're from Greenville, I think you'd be well aware of this situation, and as you know, it is not an industrial relations problem. It's quite different. And the other manpower research that we are working with the R&D Center on has little or nothing to do with industrial relations. It has to do with the salvaging of certain groups of citizens in the state that need educational improvement and skills improvement. Eversole just reinforced my comment that the R&D Center will probably not do training activities, whereas an education institution has its major objective, education and training of anyone in the state.
Thank you, Dean. Do we have any other questions? Brother Edwards? Brother Edwards' question said he understood there'd be some money involved. He'd like to know what it would cost, Dean.
The program can be started at more than one level of cost. It takes about $25,000 for 12 months to support a full-time researcher or training man in any area. We would like to have one man to devote his time to training, or the equivalent of one man's time for training, and the equivalent of one man's time directing research. These two people would have at their disposal the entire faculty and staff of Mississippi State University for consultation. We would have graduate students who would be available to work in the program to supplement the returns from the money invested. So we are hoping to develop support, total support from all sources in the amount of approximately $50,000 for each 12-month period.
Do we have any other questions? Like 60,000, better than 60,000. Yes. Well, we, of course, have been exploring this with the dean, and we've been asked to appoint a committee to work with the dean to explore this thing and probably make some recommendations back to the membership. Now, the result of our meeting at the university, the interest exhibited there, and the suggestions of the group, I sat down and made up a list of people from throughout the state were primarily Central Labor Union presidents, presidents of one of the other state organizations and what have you. And we'd like to call out the names of that committee and ask them to meet with us after we adjourn this afternoon to review this project further. After this committee has met with the dean, I think there is a good possibility they might want to introduce a resolution here in this convention, probably in support of the Industrial Relations Department at the university. Yes. Well, we really don't have anything to the table. There's no motion on the floor. You want to offer a motion that we stop discussion on this subject? Do we get a second on that motion? The motion dies for the lack of a second. Well, I assure you we're not going to discuss the matter much longer with you. We have another guest yet to address the convention. I was about to call out the names of the committee that we have been asked to appoint. And after I've named this committee, if we have others here that would like to serve, we'd certainly be glad to name them to the committee. James Jackson, Marvin Taylor, Robert Woodson, A.I. Pounders, S.H.Ds, William D. Pilot, H.H. Robbins, Clark Massey, W.H. Wood, W.O. Stanley, Louis Turner Jr., E.M. Grantham, B.C. Williams, George T. Johnson, L.D. Clark, Charles P. Moore, E.K. Westmoreland, Leonard McGee, John L. Erickson, and Tommy Beckham. Now, I don't believe we have the Charles Moore or E.K. Westmorelands present. We'd like to have a volunteer from the Clarksdale area to serve on this committee. I wonder if I could ask Brother Hitchcock or someone out of his organization to serve. Is he present? Is Hitchcock here? Here he is. Will you serve? All right. Now, do we have anybody from the Natchez area to serve? Is anyone here from the Natchez area we could ask to serve on this committee? Well, we'd like to ask the people the names that I call out to meet with the dean, myself, and these other two gentlemen in room 929 immediately upon adjournment. Make a note of this, room 929 immediately upon adjournment. We would like to consider this thing and probably make a report back to you later on in the convention. Mr. Ebersole reminded me that he was also a card-carrying union member. See our other guest speaker sitting back over there. Jesse, come on up. We're going to put you on next. While we're waiting on our next speaker, I got a communication here I'd like to read. We have some others, but I want to read this one, and later on we'll try to get some of the others. Addressed to Claude Ramsey, President, State FL-CIO. Dear Brother Ramsey, on behalf of the more than 440,000 communication workers who share your deep concerns for the needs of men and women everywhere, I send personal greetings and the sincere hopes of CWA for a most successful convention. History reveals that no year is without its special challenge. Certainly every year in the history of our movement underlines that fact. Yet it seems that with each passing day, that the decisions to be made in this year of 1968 are particularly urgent. Not just for us as trade unionists, but for the nation and for the entire free world. Surely it is the everlasting glory of organized labor that it has so consistently addressed itself not only to the needs at the workplace, but to the total needs of the total society. I am certain that the contribution you and your fellow delegates will make at this meeting in the course of your earnest deliberations will add to that notable record of service. We have had reasons to be proud of our union. I know you will continue in that tradition. Good wishes and good luck. Signed, Joseph A. Birney, President of Communication Workers of America. Well, we have another former member, or you got your dues paid up? He advised me he's got his dues paid up. The gentleman we'll hear from next is a union member of the Amalgamated Meat Cutters Union, is it not? Close. United Packing House. Got the wrong one. What are you talking? No, close, right? Well, we do have some packing house workers here, right? Anyhow, when we started to plan this program, this convention, it occurred to us that because of the many problems that we've had in Mississippi in connection with the various OEO programs, the manpower training programs, that we should get someone over, get him on the program, to talk to the delegates, review with them labor's role in the Office of Economic Opportunity, and provide you with an opportunity to discuss some of your problems with him, hopefully after we adjourn. This might run into some time, right? He is the labor liaison man for the Office of Economic Opportunity out of Atlanta, Georgia. He has already spent considerable time in the state of Mississippi. He's no stranger to some of the problems that we have. And it gives me a great deal of pleasure at this time to present to you Mr. Jesse Lester, Labor Liaison Coordinator of the Office of Economic Opportunity. Mr. Lester.
President Ramsey, officers, delegates to the Mississippi AFL-CIO Convention, guests. I'm real happy to have the opportunity to be with you today and talk to you briefly about labor's role in the war on poverty and give you a thumbnail sketch of some of the programs that are embodied in the overall category of the war on poverty. By the way, Claude, I hope you have a grievance committee because I have a grievance I want to register. You had a good-looking, large number of ladies representing Diane McCaig up here, and I had to come up by myself. I think I've been discriminated against. I, of course, expressed that feeling to Diane on the way out because I have known her for some time when she was in the Atlanta area. Had the pleasure of working with she and my friend Harold Smith over there on consumer problems, trying to get some greater interest among the labor people in the Atlanta area. Prior to going on my present job, May of last year, I had been the AFL-CIO Community Services representative in the Atlanta area for about 8 years. And of course I still maintain my membership in United Packing House Workers, and I was pleasantly surprised when I walked into the lobby this afternoon to find my regional director and one of the staff persons sitting there talking. It's always a pleasure to see some of my fellow members of the packing house, but they're particularly the staff guys and myself are always traveling, so it's seldom that our paths cross. I think before we get into a discussion of some of the present programs that are referred to as the war on poverty, it's helpful to think back several years during the 1930s when such many or a few other social welfare programs were developed.
those primarily in the terms of our good President Franklin Roosevelt. And I'm thinking of such programs as Social Security, the WPA, the CC centers, Conservation Corps centers, and many others, including our welfare programs, as we now know them, and of course they've been enlarged on. But the point is that most of these programs were not in existence and were not there to serve people prior to the time of President Roosevelt, and many of them were developed to meet special needs and solving special problems in the area of social welfare for the American citizens. And as we all know now, those programs, even the ones that were initiated then that have subsided, they were very helpful and very useful and served the American citizens in a very helpful way. And of course the ones that are still in existence, I think nobody would deny the fact that welfare programs, Social Security programs, and some of the others have not been very instrumental in helping to improve the standard of living for our people. It's generally conceded that one of the factors that brought about the Economic Opportunity Act of 1964 was President John Kennedy's visit down through the Appalachian region of the United States. And I think this trip, well, history reveals that this trip brought about a rude awakening to the President on the suffering of some of the people in the United States. And of course, because of his activities, primarily being in Washington, and the activities of many of our other politicians then and now, unfortunately, they tend to overlook the fact that there are millions of citizens in the United States that are suffering and that are in need of some help from the government and that are justifiably entitled to it. But as a result of this trip, when President Kennedy returned to Washington and talking with some of his economic advisors, he stated that he felt that the government was neglecting many of the citizens and that he wanted a program initiated to help these people, and he referred to it as a program to help eradicate poverty in the United States. Well, of course, as we know, President Kennedy didn't live, but I think we're fortunate in that President Johnson, when he succeeded President Kennedy, did carry forth with the ideals, and in his State of the Union message in 1964, he made mention of the fact that there, at that time, were some 35 million Americans who had not shared in the abundance of the rest of the citizens in the United States, and instructed Congress to begin action and come up with a program to help eradicate poverty. Well, soon afterwards, of course, in the latter part of '64, the Office of Economic Opportunity Act was passed, and OEO, as we know it now, came into existence. Now, in 1964, and consistently since that time, the FFL-CIO has very strongly supported the aims and objectives of the War on Poverty programs. I think all of us, those of you that have been active in COPE and have read your papers, will agree with me that perhaps the FFL-CIO was one of the most influential or one of the most active large organizations last year during the congressional term, specifically during the time in which Congress was considering the future of OEO. As a matter of fact, I was one of many that began to wonder if, in my own situation, I had
resigned from the community services job in Atlanta, which I enjoyed, which had a relatively secure future, but I resigned that to become an employee of the federal government. So, and then there during the fall, it began to look like the OEO was not going to be continued. So I began to wonder if I had made some mistakes in terms of my own future, job security, and so forth. But the AFL-CIO and many other organizations were very active in trying to influence Congress to continue the poverty programs, and fortunately, and I'm happy to think for the benefit of those citizens, those 30+ million citizens in the United States, the programs were continued. However, there have been some changes since that time that has somewhat handicapped the programs. Now, there are, of course, almost any imaginable type of program available in different areas of the country under the broad category of the poverty program, or the OEO. But there are three basic divisions of OEO, and I'd like to just briefly discuss those with you. One of these, of course, were created in the initial act, one of which is Job Corps. And Job Corps was designed to help young boys and girls between the ages of 16 and 21 from poverty families. And the areas in which they try to help boys and girls from poverty families that are interested in Job Corps is education, work training, and on the work experience and on the job training. Now, there are not any Job Corps centers in your state or in my state or any of the states in the southeast region that are under the direction of the Southeast Region OEO. There is a couple of centers in eastern Tennessee, and I think one of those centers is the one which I would like just briefly to talk with you about, because I think it's a good example of what unions can do, and particularly with reference to Job Corps. And I'm sure that many of you have read or have heard about the IEM, beg your pardon, hope there's no operating engineers here, if I do I'll get my head bashed. But the operating engineers project with Job Corps in operating this center in Jacobs Creek, Tennessee. These kids, the training phase of the center is run and manned completely by the Operating Engineers Union. They train these boys in the use of heavy equipment, all the different types of heavy equipment, primarily those that are used in road construction, because this center is located in one of the U.S. forests up in that area. And it's really heartwarming to visit this center and see some of these young kids who came from the country like you, like myself, and perhaps some of you did, and have not had the opportunities for job training and education that some of us have had. So they're really handicapped, and then those of them that are fortunate enough to get into this center, and of course they have to be interested in this type of work in order to get in that center, but they're given this opportunity for learning not only the operation of these machines, but some of them are trained in the mechanics or the rebuilding and repairing the motors of these machines. On my one visit up there, it was interesting to see one machine which the operating engineer's business agent had told me that it was one that had been discarded by the government as totally unuseful. So he brought it into the shop, and these young boys that had had some training in mechanic work completely remodeled that motor, and the machine was back in operation. But it's it's interesting to see the interest that these boys have and the education and the training that they're getting. Now, they're not only given this on-the-job training by the operating engineers, they're also required to spend an equal amount of time in the classroom. I think the procedure goes something like maybe they work out in the field on the machines or in the machine shop one week and in the classroom the next week. They rotate. Now, of course, this project began, it was one of the first major projects of any union in terms of an actual contract with Job Corps or with any other, or most of the other governmental agencies in terms of actual training of hardcore kids. But it began some 2 years ago, and since that time, of course, they've had several kids to graduate. They have, after a kid finishes his training there, and the business agent or in that shop certifies the fact that he's eligible or to go out into a local union at an apprenticeship level or a pre-apprenticeship level, or at least he's able to qualify to go out and work, and he is referred to a union, and they are placing them. And as a matter of fact, the success has been so great that they're even now behind with some of the requests in terms of kids for the jobs. Another factor that illustrates the FFL-CIO or union's participation in Job Corps is the fact that in Tennessee, South Carolina, and several other of the Appalachian states, we have some union members, union persons that are working full-time in the recruitment of kids for Job Corps. Now, bear in mind that these kids for Job Corps have to be from poverty families, so your kids or my son would not be eligible because, fortunately, we're not in what is considered a poverty classification, even though there are times when I'm sure all of us think we are. But these guys, these full-time labor people are working as a result of a contract that the FFL-CIO Appalachian Council has with Job Corps, and they're recruiting kids. And we had a meeting with them in my office about a week ago, and now they have, up to this point, they've concentrated primarily on recruitment of kids for Job Corps. Now they're going to expand their activities in the area of helping to place kids from Job Corps centers in union shops. And I think this is something that you and I, as union members, and particularly central labor unions, can become more active in, not only placing Job Corps kids, but some other poverty kids as well. Now, enough about Job Corps. Another or second major division of the OEO structure is, of course, VISTA, Volunteers in Service to America. This, as you have heard, no doubt, most of you, is oftentimes considered and even called the modern Peace Corps. These VISTA volunteers sign up for a year to 2 years service with VISTA. They are not paid any salary while they're serving their term as volunteers with VISTA. They, however, do get an equivalent of about $50 per month credited to a savings account in their name, which they are eligible for at the time they complete their service. But in some areas of the country, there are some retired union members that have enlisted as VISTA volunteers. I know there's one poster that's circulated quite well throughout the United States, shows some retired union member. I think he's from UAW, and I can't recall the location of where of the country he's from. Nevertheless, he realized that he still had a lot of useful activity in his life remaining, and he wanted to do something, even though not from a monetary point of view, but simply to be of some help to his fellow middleman and helping to get some kid or some other unskilled person back on the road to full-time employment. So this person, and of course there are many others, enlisted as a VISTA volunteer, and he's training these, generally I think his activities are in the field of training kids in automobile repairing, mechanic work, in other words. Generally, a VISTA volunteer works closely with the local community action agency in the community, and they almost always live in a poverty pocket or ghetto area of the city. And I hope that at some time, those of you that haven't had the opportunity, you will have an opportunity to see this VISTA film, which is very good. And it has been shown on television a few times, and it's very good. It gives good description of VISTA projects. Now, the third major division of OEO is known as Urban and Rural Community Action. This, in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of most all the other people that are full-time engaged in poverty programs and staff, is by and large the guts of the poverty program, if you'll pardon my Pagan House language. Under the Community Action Program, almost any type of program is available or can be funded to meet a special existing problem in a given community. Now, the real valuable part, I think, to you and I and to every citizen, for that matter, every taxpayer, is the fact that on these community action programs, and of course the same thing would apply to Job Corps and VISTA to a large extent also, but primarily your community action programs are administered by a group of local citizens in a community. Now, the regional office in Atlanta and the national office in Washington doesn't come into Mississippi and tell your local community action agencies what programs you should have in your communities. It's through community action that programs are developed. And what is community action? Just exactly what the name implies. A group of local citizens in a community getting together, discussing the fact that they have a problem, that they need some assistance, they need some funds from federal or state governments, deciding on an approach to the problem, writing a proposal, submitting it to the regional office in Atlanta. And of course, when it is submitted, a proposal is submitted that, of course, is reviewed very carefully by the staff in Atlanta, the different ones that are responsible for certain phases. And if the proposal meets the proper compliance and guidelines, then if money is available, it is funded. Now, perhaps some of you have heard, and I know I had heard some union members say this before I became actively or full-time engaged in the war on poverty. But I've heard some people say that everybody that wants a job can get a job. And the war on poverty is just another one of those so-called government handout programs. Well, I'm here to tell you that if you haven't realized this before now, that this is not true at all. There is no monetary handout in the OEO programs. The philosophy of OEO is to help a person help himself. In other words, give a lift upwards. To help a person through education and training to increase his standard of living. And when we think of it in that light, isn't this identical to the objectives of labor unions? Now, we mentioned briefly about board structure in local communities, the fact that the programs are implemented by local citizens, and when their programs are funded, the money is spent by local citizens, and of course the local citizens that comprise the board of directors are the ones that are responsible for hiring the necessary staff to carry out the programs in your community. And of course, there are very rigid guidelines or specifications with regard to the structure of the local community action board. Now, when I say community action board, or when I say community action agency or CAP agency, the names are both the same, and they refer to your local poverty agency in your respective community, your county or city, or in this state, many others. There's maybe one community action agency in a given area that serves a group of counties. So this is what we mean, and I perhaps should have said that earlier because I know these abbreviations of terms can get confusing at times. But with regard to the structure of community action agency board, certainly organized labor has the right to be on. And if any of you in your areas have tried to get on your local CAP board and haven't been successful, then I want you, by all means, to let me know about that. I will be around the convention all day tomorrow, so specifically for the purpose of talking with different ones of you, those of you that have had some activity or in the past or presently participating in your local CAP programs in your community. I'd like to talk to you, and I want to know about your programs and your problems. And this is because this is part of my responsibility as the labor liaison on the staff. I work under the direction of the regional director. I cover, or I can go into any one of these three major divisions within the office and can find out why something didn't happen or why something did happen, and also if something needs to be happening that isn't happening, why I will do every conceivable effort toward getting it going, particularly from a labor point of view. So by all means, let me hear from you tomorrow. Now, one other major program that I want to talk about just in my remaining minutes is one that's administered by the Labor Department, and this is known as Neighborhood Youth Corps. This is something that labor unions can be involved in, for example, a union that has full-time personnel and a full-time office and has maybe 3 or 4 secretaries. It's very practical and possible for in this kind of a situation for the union to consider bringing in 1 or 2 of these young kids to give them the advantage of some on-the-job training and learning some job skills. Now, of course, these NYC programs or NYC kids are like Job Corps in that they have to be from poverty families. And they are also handicapped because they are from poverty families, and they're handicapped in many situations because one or more of the following type situations: a lack of adequate food in the family, a lack of sufficient clothing in the family, or certainly a lack of education. And in many of these situations, kids, because of these lack of clothing, are not privileged to attend school, so they're handicapped in getting education. Now, the thing that I want to relate regarding Neighborhood Youth Corps that illustrates what unions can do more effectively, and of course this is a demonstration project, but it's something we're watching and we think is going to be a success. In Dade County, Miami, Florida, the Central Labor Union there has a contract with the local sponsors of the NYC project, and they have now hired a union person from the Miami area on the staff of the local CLU for the specific purpose of placing a certain number of these NYC kids per month in union shops or on union jobs. Now, there are two or three distinct advantages to this type of contract or this type of operation. One, for the advantage to the Central Labor Union is that it gives them some exposure, and it also refutes the fact that labor unions are nothing but strike-happy people. And for the greatest benefit, of course, is for the kids that are involved. They're being placed on union jobs. You know what the result of that is. They're going to be earning more money than they would, chances are, if they were placed by some other source. So, and of course, and I would say in most every case, after they're placed, they're going to become union members. Now, let me close by just giving you a little bit of information on what OEO has meant to the state of Mississippi. And of course, these figures are about, well, several months old. As a matter of fact, the figures are as of July of last year, so, but it will serve as a purpose of giving you some idea. Since 1964 up until July of last year, OEO, and of course this doesn't include all the other dollars that the Labor Department, the Agricultural Department, all the other federal agencies have spent. But OEO had spent $75 million in the state of Mississippi. There, of course, Head Start programs in the state of Mississippi has received more money than has received the highest ratio of money than any other one of the 50 states. There are as of July last year, and I doubt that there have been others formed, there were 19 community action agencies in Mississippi serving 38 counties, but in one or more of the OEO programs, every county, all 82 counties in the state, have been touched. Now, we mentioned Head Start programs. As at that time, there had been some 32,000 youngsters that had been affected by Head Start programs. During the fiscal year of 1967, which ended July 1st of last year, $30 million had been spent on Head Start alone. I hope that we will have additional opportunities as time goes on. I'm sure I will, to be back in your state and talking. I hope to get around eventually to each of your Central Labor Union meetings. We have been very much involved in a series of training programs for labor people in some of the other states that came about as a result of this Appalachian contract. And those programs have been quite successful, and I think that there's great potential for a similar type program being available in the future, maybe to the people in the state of Mississippi. Brother Ramsey, I'm going to hush now. If there are any questions, I'd be glad to attempt to answer them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Brother Lester. We appreciate very much you coming over and being with us, and we appreciate the fact that you will be around tonight and tomorrow. And I'm sure that there will be some questions asked, because there's been many questions asked of me. I'd suggest that those of you that have had problems, that you get with Mr. Lester and discuss those problems with him and seek his assistance and help him work out the problems in your immediate area. Now, I'm happy we have gained some time, which means that we can recess, at least adjourn for the day, and allow the committees to meet. A number of groups want to have caucuses, I understand. I'd like to reverse my announcement earlier due to the fact that there are a number of caucuses. Several people advised me they want to have caucuses of their groups. I'd like to make an inquiry of James Jackson. How long do you think your caucuses last? 30 minutes. How about IBEW? About 20 minutes, would it be safe then that the committee that I announced to meet in room 929, the one I read out, to meet with the dean, would it be safe to say that we better allow you a little more time than that? How about Sequoia, it's 3:30 now. Well, could we allow you about 45 minutes and ask you to meet us up there about 4:15? Would that, you think, be time? Okay, then we'll ask you to meet with us at 4:15 in room 929. Now, I might better call those names out again and prevent someone was absent when I made that announcement. I'll run through it hurriedly. James Jackson, Marvin Taylor, Robert Woodson, A.I. Pounders, S.H.Ds, William D. Pilot, Clark Massey, H.H. Robbins, W.H. Wood, W.O. Stanley, Louis Turner, E.M. Grantham, B.C. Williams, George T. Johnson, L.D. Clark. Brother Hitchcock is taking Moore's place. Leonard McGee, John L. Erickson, and Tommy Beckham. Meet us in room 929 at around 4:15. I've been asked to announce that the Union Label Committee will meet in Parlor B, immediately upon adjournment. Maybe I'd better call that committee out for you. Taylor has an announcement. We'll let him make his announcement while I look up the names of this committee.
We're asking the Constitution and Bylaws Committee to meet in Parlor A at 5:30. I think the room will be clear by that time, and the committee is composed of the following people: R.E. Thompson, V.C. Smith, Clayton Moss, T.L. Nicaise, Eloise Hampton, Beatrice Boyd, Charles E. Thomas, Wayman Goodman. Thank you.
5:30 at Parlor A.
Right.
5:30 at Parlor A, that's the Constitution and Bylaws Committee. We got any other committee chairman that want to announce committee meetings? I suggest you just come up to the podium. This is Brother Edwards, chairman of the Resolutions Committee.
I'd like to call a meeting of the Resolutions Committee in Parlor A for 8:30 tomorrow morning. Those on the committee is T.G. Beckham, Whitman Pickett, Teresa Fulton, Rose Hudson, A.P. Young, Malcolm Bynum, C.F. Morris, and Thomas Gardner. All of the delegates are asked if they have any resolutions, proposed resolutions, to submit to the committee to make yourself present in Parlor A between 8:30 and 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Well, let me announce the Union Labor and Labor Committee that's going to meet in Parlor B and meet upon adjournment. E.J. Brown, Chairman, Elias Hardin, W.W. Steele, Sue Reese, May Ward, Lon Gilstrap, Gavin Shoemake, and B.D. Stegall. I've also, I don't believe I've made this one yet, been asked to announce that the IBEW delegates have been asked to meet in Parlor A for a caucus immediately upon adjournment. Is this correct, Tommy? Immediately upon adjournment in Parlor A. You have an announcement?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a meeting of the Educational Committee tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock. Can you give us a place to meet?
Yes, we won't have any trouble. We can get either one of them at 4 o'clock or afternoon. Get Parlor A or B, whichever.
Let's say Parlor A tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock. This committee consists of Obie Stringer, J.E. Peterman, Martha Flipper, Mildred Wynn, R.T. Doty, James Glenn, and Bobby J. Green. Tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock, please.
Brother Potter, the legislative committee.
I'd like to have the legislative committee to meet just immediately after we adjourn this afternoon. I had contacted a few of them and set a time in the morning, but I believe this afternoon will be a little bit better for us. M.A. Evans, O.B. Smith, H.G. Wright, M.E. Ferguson, Eula Burdett, and Jewel McGee, and we'll meet right outside the convention hall in the convention executive's office immediately upon adjournment this afternoon.
Do we have any other announcements? Brother Knight, you have an announcement?
I've been asked to announce that there's going to be a party tonight at the Embers Club, and all delegates and guests are invited.
What's the name of it? Embers Club. Who's the chairman of that committee? See Joe Frank, the chairman of that committee. Let him see you. Where is he? Where's Joe Frank? There's the chairman of that committee. Now, I'd like to again remind you of the banquet tomorrow night. And those of you that have not got your tickets, we'd like to urge you to do so, because we've got to let the hotel know how many steaks to fix the first thing in the morning. So if you haven't got your banquet ticket yet, we'd like to urge you to do so. I would like to advise the State FL-CIO Council Executive Board and the presidents of the CLU, the presidents of all of the central bodies in the state, that we would like to meet with you after adjournment tomorrow to work out plans for the banquet, seating arrangements for the members of the legislature and things of this kind. So keep this in mind. We'd like to have this group to meet with us immediately after adjournment tomorrow afternoon. And we'd like to ask you not to make any other commitments. It won't take long, but we need very much to have this meeting. Do we have any other announcements?
I done been chewed out after my remarks this morning where I mentioned CWA Local 3517 in Tupelo, Mississippi. No, seriously, this was brought to my attention, and certainly let me explain a little why I mentioned just CWA 3517 was simply because they were tied for the 1968 nationwide Coke Dollar Drive. Now, I realize that there are other local unions in this state, of other unions, that have also been 100%, $1 per member, voluntary Coke contributions. And there's one local that I would like to mention. Certainly I would mention others, but you know who you are. And this wasn't meant in any way to be, to show partiality this morning. I've been advised, and I knew this all the time, that IBEW 852 in Corinth and Tupelo is also 100%. And let me repeat again that I certainly didn't mean to discriminate against anybody. I appreciate the fact that there are a number of local unions that are 100%, and I only wish there were more. And let me say again that I hope if you hadn't started the Coke Dollar Drive, that you'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Knight. Do we have any other announcements before we adjourn? I believe you said you wanted the ACWA delegates to caucus here immediately upon adjournment, right? Convention will stand adjourned till tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Tuesday morning.
Well, convention will please come to order. I'm going to present Vice President Schaefer, who will in turn introduce the gentleman who will give the invocation. Vice President Schaefer.
Thank you, Brother Ramsey. It's with a great deal of pride as well as pleasure that I bring the man this morning that will make a few timely remarks and bring in introduce him, I would say that he is a native Mississippian. He's from the northeastern part of the state. He has held pastorate in the northern part of the state, and most recently in Meridian, Southside Baptist Church, and he is now pastor of Hillcrest Baptist Church, which is also my church. I'd also like to say that in his early days, his sole desire seemed to be to work in electronics. Had he stayed in electronics, I'm sure he would have been a good IBEW member. But since the Lord called him to do his work, certainly he is doing it and doing a marvelous job in it. And I'll say again, it's with a great deal of pleasure as well as pride that I introduce my pastor, Reverend Maurice Clayton, to project a few timely thoughts and bring the invocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles, Mr. Ramsey. It's a real pleasure to be here with people who work for a living. You say these preachers, you know, do not work for a living. But I heard the other day, and by the way, Charles here is one of my deacons, that the difference between a pastor and a deacon is this. A pastor is paid to be good, and a deacon is good for nothing. As we meet here this morning as a group of people, I would like to remind you that God does not see us as a group, but God always sees us as individuals. And this morning, God is concerned not about this group, but about each one of us. Now, I suppose this is the main reason that I'm a preacher rather than in secular work today, is because I've come to realize the personal concern of God for every individual. In our society today, as you well know, everything is very impersonal. And someone said we're no longer human beings, we are numbers. When I was in the Navy in World War II, I was not Maurice Clayton, I was 8437924. To the telephone company, I'm 3722737. To the Census Bureau in Washington, I'm a certain number in a file. And sometimes I think in our modern day society, we feel like the little girl who got mixed up in her prayer one night, and she said, "Our Father, which art in heaven, how do you know my name?" And sometimes we feel this way in our modern society, but God does know our names, and he knows all about us. And I'm so glad that he does. When I was in the field of electrical engineering, I thought this was why I was to live in this world, to serve as an electrical engineer. But God let me know that he created me for a different purpose, that he wanted me to enter the ministry, and so I made this decision. And I want us all here this morning to realize, if we don't already, that God has a purpose for every individual life. And he created us as individuals for a special work to do. And we appreciate this moment of time with you. And now, if you will, may we have a word of opening prayer. Our Father, how grateful we are this morning that you do care and are concerned about each one of us. And that you do not see us as a nation or a state or a city or a group, but as individuals. And Father, we pray thy blessings upon each person here, upon our homes, our work, and upon everything in life that we attempt for thy glory. We pray thy blessings upon this coming together today, and each of us, that we may fulfill thy will for our lives. For Christ's dear sake we ask it. Amen. Thank you, Reverend, for those timely remarks. We appreciate very much the fact that you were able to be out and be with us this morning. We'd like to invite you to spend the rest of the day with us if you can. Of course, if you've got business elsewhere, we'll understand why you'll have to leave. We do appreciate your presence here this morning. Before we introduce the next speaker, I want to advise you of a change in the agenda. Get your agendas out and mark it. I announced yesterday that we would change places and bring on the Union Labor Program this morning instead of tomorrow morning in order that Ms. Broom could participate. So we'll change where I have Dan Powell listed at 11:15 on the program this morning. We'll change positions with he and the Union Labor Program and do that tomorrow morning in lieu of the Union Labor. He'll come on in the morning at 11:40 approximately. Would also like to advise those who have not registered with Sarah back there in the back, get their name in the pot for the suit or a shirt, to do so before 10:45. Then we'd also like to remind those of you who have not yet got your banquet tickets to do so before 10:45, because we have to advise the hotel as to the number of people we expect to be present. We have a rather large number of the legislature that will be present at this banquet, and we would certainly like to urge every delegate present to be there if at all possible. This morning we have a young lady with us who I have had the pleasure of knowing for some time. She is involved in a most important program in the state of Mississippi. And I'll be frank here this morning in telling the convention that it was only during the last couple of years that I came to realize the severity of the mental illness problem in our state. We have, in the last couple of years, been doing what we can to cooperate with the various state groups that are trying to do something about mental illness in our state. And it occurred to me that this convention should have someone on the program discuss with you the problem of mental illness in the state of Mississippi. This time it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you Dr. Dorothy N. Moore, Program Director for the Mississippi Interagency Commission on Mental Health. Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. I want to tell you that a lady never gets too old to like being introduced as a young lady, and I thank you for that particular. Let me begin this morning by telling you just briefly a little bit about our agency, since many people are a little overwhelmed and awed by this long title that follows my name. The Mississippi Interagency Commission is a new agency in our state, created by the 1966 legislature, and it's made up officially of the heads of 5 of our major state health, education, and welfare agencies. The idea for the Interagency Commission grew out of a 2-year planning program started in 1963, in which a great number of Mississippians and agencies took a long-range look at our state's mental health and mental retardation needs. The commission is grew out of this planning and now is based on a very real belief that any good mental health and mental retardation program in Mississippi has to involve the efforts of all these agencies and of many more, that all agencies have important contributions, that all organizations must begin to become involved in these programs, and that we needed a structure in Mississippi at the state level to pool our resources to try to avoid duplication and overlapping and waste, and to have more efficient and effective programs. We think this is even more true today. I feel that you must be somewhat aware of what an overwhelming problem mental illness and mental retardation has become, not only in our state, but around the country. But let me quote just a few brief statistics, and I won't overwhelm you with numbers here. But first, mental disorders as a whole constitute our number one health problem in this country, far outstripping heart, cancer, all the kinds of disabilities that we generally think of as leading causes. We sometimes overlook this fact because people with mental illness and mental retardation don't appear on the death table. They don't die from this. The mortality rates aren't great. But in terms of the numbers of people affected, this is our number one health problem in the country today. Over half of the hospital beds in the United States are occupied by mental patients, about 750,000 hospital beds in this country occupied by mental patients. 1 out of every 12 Americans, 1 out of every 12 of us here will probably be hospitalized for mental illness at some time in our lifetime. And there are an estimated 65,000 mentally retarded persons in Mississippi, and probably somewhat over 30,000 alcoholics in our state. Now, in an effort to put some dent into this problem, because it's rapidly overwhelming us, Mississippi has now committed herself to a program for development of community and regional mental health and mental retardation services throughout the state. And the goal of this program is to put a broad range of mental health services within reach of every Mississippi citizen, to make earlier treatment and help possible, and to prevent problems from becoming chronic and long-term. The Community Mental Health and Regional Mental Retardation Program will provide treatment services, yes, which are not now available in many areas of the state. But beyond this, and most importantly, I think, they will make a vital contribution, we hope, to prevention and community education in these areas. The community mental health concept is a new concept in a way. There is a critical difference in the philosophy about community mental health programs. It says that we must begin to be concerned about the mental health status of the total population, of everyone in the community, not just the sick person, or not just the person who is troubled, or not just the patient. It says that mental illness and mental retardation are community problems, not just problems of individuals alone. Because it is a problem which affects the entire community, then it becomes a community responsibility to do something about it. And then we can no longer think of dealing with it on a person-by-person individual basis. The Mississippi legislature provided a structure for the development of regional programs in the last legislative session by authorizing the formation of multi-county regional commissions in mental health and mental retardation, charged with the responsibility for planning and implementing service programs at the local level. And the members of these commissions are appointed by respective boards of supervisors. And I think it's important to say at this point, because it is a new new look in Mississippi, is a new trend, a new direction. It's important to notice that the primary responsibility for planning, for operating, and for financing regional and community mental health and mental retardation programs is that of the local area, not of the state and not of the federal government. Our job at the state level, of course, is to help in any way possible and to mobilize and coordinate the efforts of all organizations and agencies which have something to contribute. Of the 14 regions tentatively proposed for the state, 7 of these now have operating regional commissions, and these have been developed in about a year's time. All of these commissions locally are now at work planning for their respective areas. 3 more regions are in the process of organizing, and I think you had passed out to you a kind of fact sheet or a triple fact sheet maybe, which lists the regional status of the various agencies around the state, what the planning status is, and also a map which outlines the regions, and I hope you will take a look at this and see where your area of the state stands at this time. The state's first comprehensive regional mental health center began operation in Tupelo last October, and it serves a 7-county area in that area, the northeast area of Mississippi, and provides a wide range of mental health services, including inpatient hospitalization in the general hospital, outpatient clinic, emergency services, consultation, education. This area and other areas of the state are now involved in developing rather comprehensive local and regional services for the mental retardation. We have high hopes at this moment that construction will begin in Jackson this year on our state's second planned comprehensive mental health center. Federal assistance, by the way, is available to help communities and regions in the development of these programs, both for construction and for staffing. Now, let me say in closing that what is happening in the development of community mental health and mental retardation programs today is a reflection of a whole new attitude about health care. There's been a dramatic change in health needs and the expectations of Americans. Health care has come to be recognized as a right. Every citizen does now have the right to expect adequate health care and adequate health services. But let us not forget that every citizen also has a responsibility to help bring about these services. The provision of health programs has, of course, for some time been an important fringe benefit which has played a part in employee-employer negotiations. Labor has a long and consistent and very influential interest in health and welfare programs, workmen's compensation, occupational health services, group insurance, and many other health and welfare plans for the working man and his family. We need this interest in Mississippi, and we need it to embrace a definition of health which includes mental and emotional well-being as well. We need this interest to include such needs in our state now as expanded occupational health programs which will incorporate programs for alcoholism and mental health services, attention to the handicapped, broadened insurance benefits to cover mental health care both in and out of the hospital, and strengthened public agency programs in the community. But most of all, perhaps, we need you, and more accurately, your state and region and community need you to become a part of this development and to let your support be known as a responsible citizen of your community, as a working person, and as a concerned individual interested in the health and happiness of his family. Mississippians can do, and I believe this, within reason, whatever we resolve to do. And regional mental health and mental retardation programs throughout the state are no exception. We hope that this development of regional programs around the state will be a planned and thoughtful development in order that we can staff the programs, in order that they will be firmly based in community support once they are established. This reminds me, you know, of the story about the good news and the bad news, the airplane pilot who came on the intercom on the plane and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have some good news and bad news, and I'll tell you the bad news first. Our compass is not functioning and we're lost." But he said, "There is some good news. We're making excellent time." Now, this is not the kind of way we want our programs to develop in the state. We want to know where we're going, and we think we are we do at this time. During the statewide planning program, by the way, in 1963 to 65, there was a great deal of question as to whether local communities would accept the responsibility to plan for their own mental health needs. And that concern has long since resolved. Local communities throughout the state have not only accepted this responsibility, but are doing this with great enthusiasm. And we interpret this enthusiastic response at the local level as a realization that the problem of mental illness and mental retardation constitutes a real need, and also the fact that these problems touch a great many individuals and families in our state. And now, therefore, we look forward to a day when every Mississippi citizen in need of these services will have access to mental health and mental retardation programs without leaving his home, without leaving his family and his community. And we think this day will come because it needs to come and because Mississippians will make it so.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moore, for that magnificent message. We appreciate very much your presence here this morning, and I can assure you on behalf of this organization that we'll do everything that we can to assist and cooperate with you and the other groups in the state that's trying to do something about this most important problem. And before we introduce our next, we would like to have you spend as much time as you could. Before I introduce our next speaker, we've got a few more guests that have registered with us this morning that I'd like to introduce to you. We got Brother Virgil Stokes with the Painters Union, I believe. Is he here? Where's he at? Is he here in the convention? Stokes? He's registered with us. I thought I saw him around here this morning. And we've got Brother H.E. Trammell, the Secretary-Treasurer of the Alabama Labor Council. Where you at, Ace? Is he here? Stand up and take a bow. Is Ace here? Well, you tell him that I introduced him in his absence, will you? And then we have Bill Mentz with the Alabama Labor Council, who is the co-director of that organization. Bill, would you like to come up and have a word to say? Would you like to have a word to say, Bill? He's kind of like our co-director. He never misses the opportunity to have a word to say. You know Bill Mentz. He's been in this position for several years now. We've had the pleasure of having worked with he and the other officers of the Alabama Labor Council now for several years, and we have a very good working relationship with the Alabama Council. Brother Mentz.
Thank you, President Ramsey, Secretary-Treasurer Knight, officers, delegates, distinguished guests. It's indeed a privilege for me to have an opportunity to visit your biennial convention, and as Claude said, we really appreciate our working relationship with the Mississippi AFL-CIO. We feel like we have quite a bit in common between the states of Mississippi and Alabama on many areas, economic, organizational-wise, and even politically. I won't take up your time. I know you have a crowded agenda, but I did want to say hello to each and every one of you, and it is indeed a pleasure for me to have an opportunity this week. Thank you. God. Thank you very much. Another announcement. We passed out and put on your tables this morning a little folder I'd like to call your attention to. It's a program that will be conducted at Mississippi State University. If I can find the date on it, man. It's April the 18th. On April the 18th. Would like to ask you to look that over when you find the time. We're not asking you to do it right now, but this is a very fine group, a very fine program at our university. You met Dr. Rudolph White yesterday and Dean Llewellyn with the School of Business Administration at the university. And this program actually is a part of the School of Business Administration over there. They've done an excellent job in the field of labor management relations, and we've agreed to participate in the program on April the 18th. And we would like to invite any of you that would like to attend this program. I think it would be worthwhile. I think you'd get a lot out of it. And we'd like to see some labor representation over there at the university when this program comes off. You've got a little card inside of the folder. All you'll have to do is to fill it out, send in a restoration fee, and everything else then will be taken care of. Then this morning we are fortunate to have with us a young man who I've known for a number of years, who has been in the field of education for many years. He was recently elected Superintendent of Education in the state of Mississippi. And as far as I know, this was the first time that he ever entered politics. He's done a magnificent job up to this point as Superintendent of Education in this state. And I don't have to tell you that he was elected with the support of this organization. And it is with a great deal of pleasure that I present to you this morning Mr. Garvin Johnson, Superintendent of Education of Mississippi. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you very much, President Ramsey, officers and members of the delegates of the AFL-CIO convention. I'm very much honored to have the privilege of being here this morning to talk with you for a few minutes about something that I know you believe is important to you. I'm convinced that it is of the utmost importance to all Mississippians. I would like to take this opportunity to express to you my gratitude and my appreciation for the support which you gave to my candidacy last summer for the office of State Superintendent of Education. I certainly wish to assure you that I shall do my very best for the next 4 years to justify the confidence which you have shown in me. I want to talk to you for a few minutes about, you may have guessed, about education. Education, the agency for progress. There's more concern among our people today about the quality of education that we are receiving, that our children are receiving, that our people are getting, than there has ever been in the history of our state. More discussion of it. More things are written about it. More is said about it than ever before. People are beginning to realize more and more the relationship of education to the life of our people. This morning I'd like to raise three questions and speak to each one of them briefly. I'd like to raise the question of what are the underlying causes of differences of wealth among nations of the world. What is the relationship of educational level of a people of a region or of a state in this country to such factors as income and economic well-being? And third, what is the position of Mississippi to these factors? I'd like for us, for a few minutes, look at some of the nations of the world, talk about their economic position, their economic condition, their resources, both human and natural, about the educational level, the level of technical training of these people, and how it relates to the development of these countries. Just for comparison purposes, let's look at a few of the nations of the world, their resources, see what we find. We could take a nation like Mexico, our neighbor to the south, which has tremendous natural resources, has great mineral deposits, has much good land available, has a wide range of climates, has a reasonable supply of forestry land, has tremendous oil and power resources, but they have a low level of educational achievement for their people and a low income standard for their people. New Zealand, a relatively small country, has somewhat adequate resources. They have reasonable resources of power, some forestry supply. The climate is not too bad. They have a high educational level and technical knowledge for their people, and a very high level of income and standard of living. Let's look at another nation that is relatively large, one of the large nations of the world, Brazil, with tremendous resources, millions of acres of rich and fertile soil. It has tremendous mineral resources, one of the greatest sources of minerals in all the world, has unlimited forestry resources, great water power potential, among the world's greatest potential water and power resources. But it has an extremely low level of educational achievement for its people, with very low level of income, average income for its people. Norway is a small country in Europe, has very poor, limited resources. Soil is not fertile, has severe climate, short growing season, limited supply of forestry products, very few minerals available to them in their natural state, but they have a high level of education and technical training for their people, and they have a high level of income for their people. Switzerland, a very tiny nation among the world powers, very mountainous, very poor natural resources. The soil is not fertile, severe climate, and a short growing season, practically devoid of any mineral resources, but they have a very high level of education, achievement, technical training for their people, with concomitant high income and economic standards for their people. As we look at these nations, and we could mention many others throughout the world, I take these simply as illustrative of countries that have tremendous resources but have not developed them. As we glance at these hastily, what are the factors that we find always present in the wealthy countries and those with a high economic level, great economic development? It's not rich soil. Some of the countries with poor soil have developed themselves and have become wealthy. It is not the difference in mineral resources. These do not always account for variations in the wealth and economic development of a nation. It isn't climate, for although climate may increase the possibilities for economic development, it does not necessarily ensure it. Power is important, but some nations that have not had natural resources for it have created it. The one factor that we find always present in any wealthy country, any well-developed nation, and one which is always lacking in any poorly developed nation or country, is a high level of educational achievement, technical training for the people. If it has been shown time after time by research and development that if a nation wishes to increase its level of education, its economic development, that if it will increase its level of education and training of its people, that income and economic development will increase far more than the cost of developing its human resources through education. Now let's take a look at the second question which I raised. What is the relationship of educational level of a state or of a region to the per capita income and the economic well-being of its people? Research studies have shown that a close correlation exists between the level of education of a people of a state and the per capita income of a state. Where the educational level is high, the per capita income and the economic well-being of the people is high. Study also shows a close correlation between the amount of money spent per pupil on education and the level of education for the state. The proof is quite conclusive that adequate education is an investment which people must make if the level of education is to be raised. There was a very interesting study made in our own state a few years ago, county by county. The study was made of the level of education of every county in our state. And this was correlated with the per capita income of these counties. And it was true from the beginning to the end of this study that the counties that had the highest level of educational achievement in our state also had the highest level of per capita income and economic well-being. It was also shown in this same study that those counties with the lowest level of educational achievement had the lowest level of per capita income and economic well-being. These studies have tremendous significance for us in Mississippi. Now, with this background, let us look at our own state and look at the labor force. And I know that you people are interested in knowing some of the facts that research has shown us about our labor force in our state. It is estimated that there are about 745,000 persons in the workforce in Mississippi. Studies have shown that approximately 1/2, 50% of our labor force above the age of 25 years have never attended high school. The studies also show that the median years of schooling for this group, that is the workforce, is about 8.9 years. Excuse me. Studies also reveal to us that 65% of the students who were enrolled in the 9th grade in the school year 1961-62 failed to graduate from, did graduate from high school in 1964-65. 35% of them failed to graduate. Now, how does this affect the economy in the state of Mississippi? Now, these are some very interesting figures to me. I thought they would be of interest to you. Studies show that in Mississippi, we have the lowest per capita income of all the states in the nation. It also shows that this income is very unequally distributed among our people in the state. 33% of the consumers of this state receive only 5% of the reported cash income in our state. On the other extreme, 20% of our people receive 50% of the total cash income of our state. Now, if 20% receive 50% of the cash income of our state, that means that 80% of our people receive the remaining 50% of the cash income of our state. Research also reveals that 51% of the consumers of our state have a cash income of less than $3,000. It is quite evident that a major factor in the low per capita income is the lack of education by a large part of our labor force. The approximately 50% of our labor force over 25 years of age who have never attended high school, and the high rate of dropout from our high schools, from our schools, presents an economic and a social problem to us, which will be perpetuated on an accelerated basis unless positive action is taken to correct it. And the number one problem facing education in our state today, as it has been since I've been in the teaching profession, and this is 32 years, continues to be that of lack of adequate finance. Any effort that we make to improve education in our state must be involved in the problem of more adequately financing education for all of our people. We have enrolled in our schools today approximately 610,000 students, public schools, elementary and secondary schools of our state. 255,000 of these youngsters are in the larger districts, which we classify as the separate school districts of our state. 365,000 of our elementary and secondary pupils are enrolled in the county and the consolidated schools of our state. Now, all Mississippians must be concerned about providing educational opportunities for all of its people, both in the separate districts, the larger schools of our towns, cities, as well as in the rural areas of our state. We have a responsibility to all of our children, to all of our people. And I urge you as parents and as Mississippians, excuse me, interested in the development of our state, interested in the welfare of all of our people, to join with us in education as we try to work toward providing better, expanded, improved education for all of our people. This is not a job for one individual, nor for one organization, nor for one small segment of our population. It is a responsibility of all Mississippians. And every segment of our economy, wherever it is located in our state, has an obligation and a responsibility to share equitably in financing better and improved education for our people. I thank you very much for the privilege of being here this morning. I urge you to talk with your people back home about the educational problems that, with which they are confronted, and to join with them, with the teachers, with the members of the legislature, with the state administration, as they work toward removing some of these problems with which we have faced in our state. Thank you so much for the privilege of being here.
Mr. Johnson, those timely and well-said remarks. We appreciate very much your presence here this morning. And we want to assure you, as we have in the past, that this organization is 100% behind improving education in Mississippi. We fully realize that if we are to overcome many of the problems of our state, and if we're to do something about raising the per capita income, then we must start with education. We do appreciate those remarks very much. We'd like to invite you to stay around and spend some time with us. We've got a lot of voters in this crowd. The election is not right away. We're going to ask Sarah Bloom, if you will, to come forward. We want to try to get her part of the program on the road. Is she here? All right. How about James Winstead? Is he around? Okay, go out.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, testing. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Would the sergeant of arms round up the delegates and get them into the hall, please? So we can begin the meeting. Please come to order. We are real fortunate, I think, this morning to have with us someone to bring the invocation. An individual that has worked for a number of years with the Diocese Jackson Natchez. We're proud to present to you at this time Father Nathaniel McCaskey, Director of St. Francis Center, Greenwood, Mississippi, which will bring the invocation. Would you all please stand? Let us pray. O God, our Heavenly Father, who spoke to us, with sweat on your brow shall you eat your bread. Help us to cherish that sweat which seeks of labor for the sake of dreams. Dreams of home and family and security and fulfillment. Dreams which make the American dream. Father, we pray that you bless every man and woman who toils, and in this toiling unite to advance justice and to demand respect for the dignity of man and the worth of his labor. We pray, Heavenly Father, your blessing upon us.
Yeah, good. And I brought the Porters, I mean.
Porters.
Yeah.
We got two of them here today.
I can't find out if he can stand. They got about 8 or 9 people around here.
What did you say? I'd like to ask you to stand and ask Vice President Edwards to lead us in the invocation, please.
Let us pray. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we humbly come before Thee this day, asking Thy forgiveness for our sins of omission and commission. Our gracious Heavenly Father, we ask Thee to be with us today, deliberation. May everything that we do and say be in accordance with Thy will. Be with those that cannot be here this day. Be with them wherever they might be, if they have sickness or whatever their reason. Bring them back to us at our next meeting. gracious Heavenly Father, these things, and all that is good comes from Thee, and we give Thee thanks. This is our prayer in Jesus' name, for His sake. Amen.
We want to express our appreciation in the beginning for the turnout here today. The fact that you've seen fit, that you've been able or willing to come meet with us on a Saturday morning with such a beautiful day where you could be fishing or doing something else. We have held up starting the meeting for a few minutes in hopes that maybe some of those that had to drive in this morning from a long ways out, I'm sure there'll be others arrive to give them an opportunity to get here, time to get here. But we do have a few things that we'd like to talk with you about before we get on to the main order of business, so we'll try to dispose of those things first. And before we get started, I'd like to find out if you'd like to have some coffee served up here in about 30 or 40 minutes. We could take a brief recess. If you'd like it, we'll make those arrangements. Hold up your hand if you'd like to have coffee served. Let's see what the sentiment is here. Well, it looks like a majority of people would like to have it. Does anybody would like to have a Coke instead of coffee? Either hold up your hand and those that want a Coke. One,
Anybody
two,
want scotch?
3, 4, 5, 6. Well, it looks like about 8 or 10 Cokes, Tom. Better have them sent up about a dozen in case for late arrivals. And
All those that want bourbon,
coffee.
hold up their hand.
Sit down, Star.
Yeah, well, that's all right too. If you've got the bourbon, we'll let you provide it.
Oh, if you will, you can go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, well, we'll go ahead.
Those that wanted coffee, please raise your hand again so I can get
There's a pretty good count on the coffee. I want coffee. You want coffee, Calvin? 2 up here.
All right, those that want Coca-Cola, bourbon, scotch, all that. Don, I'm gonna have you evicted now if you don't quit holding your hands up.
What I'm gonna do to you too, don't you?
I don't even know. Would you raise it again? This clown here keeps showing out.
He can't count.
Raise your hand, Herbert, you can't lose one with us.
I wanna get the job done and go home, that's what I'm.
Well, now we're gonna do our best here from this end of the room to get you out of here by 12 o'clock. So it's actually gonna depend on you folks as how long it takes. But as far as we're concerned, we tried to shape this agenda up the way we could get through and you could get out of here by 12 o'clock. Frankly, I don't think it really takes that long. I think we can probably take care of everything we've got to do here within an hour, hour and a half. Now, our executive board met yesterday, and we had a rather lengthy meeting, as those of you on the board know, and we considered a number of items, took action on a number of things that will be of interest to you. And I would like to make an announcement on a couple of them, then seek your approval and action on 1 or 2. The board decided yesterday that our 1970 convention would be held at the Edgewater Gulf Hotel on the coast on July the 27th through the 29th. That's in 1970, so you might want to make a note of this. We spent an awful lot of time in making this decision, and it was a fairly close vote, I can advise you this, about whether to go on the coast with it or to come back to Jackson with it. And I think I can say that it was pretty well the sentiment of the board that considering the fact that in 1972 we'd have a new legislature, that we at least should try to come back to Jackson and probably do the same type thing that we did in this opening round of this legislature. Everybody is of the opinion that this was a worthwhile affair that we had, and I'm sure that it did a lot of good. Now, before we get into the actual business session, I want to just briefly give you a verbal report on the action of the legislature this time. we hope to find the time here sometime down the road to compile a lengthy legislative report with voting records and things of this kind for your benefit, but it'll take a little while to do that. We would like to advise you, in the event you haven't received the reports or are not fully aware of just what did happen this time in the legislature, appraise you of some of the progress that was made. You know, for many years around here, we've had to get up and say we've marked progress by the lack of damage done. Well, this is one session of the legislature that we can say that we actually made some progress. A number of points of our legislative program saw action this time, and some of them will actually directly affect a large number of our membership. We were able to get the unemployment insurance weekly benefit up from $30 to $40, the maximum amount, this time. We were able to get workman's compensation up to $40 a week. That was $35 a week. Maximum death benefits were raised from $12,500 to $15,000, and the total amount possible to collect up to $17,000. That was from $14,500. Occupational disease is now covered by the Act. A person that incurs occupational disease in connection with his work will now receive the same coverage and benefits as a worker injured on the job. We were able to keep the Act from being crippled real bad in this area of apportionment, where a person had a pre-existing injury. The enemies of the people, the manufacturers and MEC, made a strenuous effort this time to further cripple this Act. They had three amendments that they attempted to get through that I should touch on briefly with you, I think. One, there was a section dealing with independent contractors, and as that bill was reported out with that section in it, which, as you might recall, was sponsored actually by the Mississippi Economic Council and the Manufacturers Association. That section, in our opinion, would have virtually eliminated compensation coverage for a large number of workers, especially in the wood industry, the pulpwood cutters and people of this kind. As that thing was worded, those people would have not been covered. Well, we were able to get that section amended and clarified what a independent contractor was. The other section was, of course, on the weekly benefits. We had a real fight here. On the occupational disease section, the manufacturers and the MEC made a real strenuous effort, and the language that was in the bill when it was reported out wouldn't have meant a takers down, because, the person would actually be excluded. Well, it mentioned the fact that occupational disease was covered, but when they got through with it, they practically eliminated everybody from the Act. Then the other was the apportionment section on pre-existing injury. Under the language of the original bill, as reported out by the committee, it would have been possible for an injured worker who went to a hospital and who was drawing his weekly benefits, when they've made the final determination as to what the percent, apportionment of the weekly amount that he had received as a result of the pre-existing injury. Under the language of that bill, an injured worker might well have to refund some of the money that had already been paid him. Well, we were able to get that amended, whereby when the apportionment was actually made at maximum recovery, the apportionment wouldn't actually take place until maximum recovery, which means that the guy will not have to go back and pay back any money that he might have collected, you see. Now, this lacks a lot of being what we wanted in the Compensation Act. We thought we might be able to get the weekly benefits up to $45 this time, and maximum death benefit to $18,000. We had bills introduced to this effect. But we found out as this thing rocked along with the stacked committees that we had to deal with that we was going to be lucky to get anything out of there, you see. And as you recall in the reports I kept sending out to you, that we got caught in this deal where our enemies were trying to play both acts off one against the other. We had the same people on the subcommittees were working on both bills. And for a long time it looked like that we might not get either one of them out. The manufacturers made a serious effort, for instance, to amend the unemployment insurance bill to cut it back to $36 after we got it through the House at $40. And then they really played games with us on the Workmen's Compensation Act. It wasn't until Saturday afternoon at 4 o'clock, the session closed out on Sunday, that we finally got the comp bill up for vote in the House. This is how close it was. I've never spent any more time on any particular piece of legislation than this one. And I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. I don't want to be misunderstood on this. But if it had not been for me and this organization having me there, that act would have died. That's how simple it was. The first thing that happened was that we got the bill through the House. We attempted to clean it up some, but knowing how the legislature works over there, and it was getting late in the session then when we got the bill out, you remember. We accepted some things in that bill to get it to the Senate to clean it up, where I knew we'd get a good committee. And the real fight on this bill came on the vote on supporting the Senate amendments. And I want you to remember this. We'll give you a roll call on that. Strange thing about it, after all this scuffling, you know, and fighting on getting the thing up for final vote, did you know we didn't have a vote in opposition? We got 100% vote for that bill on final passage in both houses. But don't let this mislead you. The place to judge these characters on is on that vote to support the 3 Senate amendments that cleaned the bill up. One on the independent contractor section, one on occupational disease, and the other one on the apportionment section. See, this legislative thing is a real game over there when they got control of the committees. Now, some other things, a number of other items on our legislative program received action this time that we should be proud of. One is the fact that women now have the right to serve on juries. That's been on our program for a long time. We can take pride in the fact now that our lady union members are now first-class citizens. Of course, I expect a lot of them won't necessarily like to serve on juries, but the fact remains that for years and years that women were prohibited by law from serving or performing the service of any other citizen here in the state. Another item on that agenda that's been there for some time that I think we can take credit for, especially on the referendum vote on the constitutional amendment. That was the amendment to provide for annual sessions of the legislature on a limited basis. And if you recall, that one passed by less than a 5,000 majority of the people in this state. And it passed in the face of the opposition of the Hedemon Press and several other newspapers in the state who did not want the legislature to meet annually and look over the affairs of the state because of some interests they have. You see, this was the reason of this opposition. And I might say, before we pass this subject up, that an unusual thing happened on the passage of this amendment. For the first time in my memory, a bill was called up on a minority report in opposition to the committee itself, received a 2/3 vote, and was passed by both houses. That's how this amendment was passed. And I might say that this, to me, was the first crucial vote in that legislature that gave us an indication about what we had in terms of progressive-minded people. That was the key. Well, that vote shook the old guard up to their eye teeth over there. And that vote, in my opinion, and the fact that they knew that they had trouble, contributed a great deal to the length of this session. you know, as you've heard me say before, they make an effort over there when they'll take a vote on something like this as a test. Then they figure, you know, that what we've got to do is to starve these boys out. We'll hold them here long enough till they get hungry, and then we can ram what we've got on our minds through our program. This is the way the tax situation has worked in the past, and they tried to do it this time, but they didn't get by with it. Another item that we have supported since the Constitutional Amendment was adopted, allowing it, was to separate the office of sheriff and tax collector, whereby the sheriff, the duties of tax collecting would be removed from his office, and the sheriff himself would be allowed to run for succession. There was two bills enacted, one that would allow the sheriff to do this, and the other one that would provide that the tax assessor himself act as a tax collector. Another item that we have been advocating for a long time was changing the voter residency requirements. We got that through this time. A citizen now must reside in the state for only 1 year and his district for 6 months in order to vote. Prior to this time, it was 2 years and 1 year, as many of you recall.
Are all three of those amendments been Owen proposals?
The amendments on the, which one you talking about now?
The three that were adopted.
Especially
the one about the...
Oh, the constitutional amendment?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, we have. I see what you mean, 3 constitutional amendments. I don't recall how many of them had been,
All 3 of them, if I remember.
Well, Ben was, you know, as chairman of the Constitution Committee itself, and of course he would handle the bill as chairman of the committee, and I don't recall how many of them were his proposals. I believe that Ben was for the annual session thing. I'm not sure about that.
He filed a minority report that got one on them.
Well, the minority report is what I was talking about. It was called up on the minority report, which required the 2/3 vote, you see. But Ben is chairman of the Constitution Committee, and he would have handled all 3 of the amendments. Now, I don't recall how many of them he authored. He might well have authored, or at least co-authored all 3 of them. As a rule, you'll have several people that would co-sponsor. Now, the other thing that, as I told the board yesterday, we can't take much credit for. It's just a matter of consolation, so to speak, that we didn't get hit as bad in the pocketbook as we could have, and as far as the money to raise the teacher's salary is concerned. The only thing that we can say is it could have been a whole lot worse than it was, and that at one time or another, each house had passed a bill that would have hit you a lot harder than the measures that were finally enacted. For instance, the sales tax passed the Senate at the full cent, and an income tax bill passed the House that would have went down and got just about anybody that made the money at all. Would go all the way down to a person earning $3,000 a year. Well, these were finally compromised out. We wound up with a half-cent increase in the sales tax, and we wound up with a state income tax law that was considerable better than the original bill that passed. The main thing where it'll hit most of our members is on the dependents. The amount allowed for dependents has been lowered from $65,000 on a married couple and a family, and from 5 to 4 on a single person, if I remember correctly. And of course, there's a lot that we don't like about any of this, but in order to keep a full cent off, we had to go along with a half cent. We had several meetings with various groups, and I think they paid off. I think that the result of it, we met with the manufacturers, the MEC, and everybody, and I just laid it out for them about what I thought we could go along with and what we couldn't. I told them that we would not oppose, I didn't say we would support, I said we would not oppose a half-cent increase, and the reason for that is simply this, that most of you were paying it already anyhow. The merchants were collecting it, you were paying it, you see, because you can't split a penny. The tax now is 5% across the board, it was 4.5% in most areas because most municipalities had a full cent on. The state was 3.5%, you see. Well, you get a half cent. Now, some of you might live in the rural areas, of course, will be paying the full amount. But as it is now, the state levies a 5% tax across the board, which everybody pays regardless of whether you're in a municipality or not. And then the state refunds a full cent back to all of the municipalities. That's the arrangement now. I don't, like I said, most of you were paying the 4.5 cents anyhow, especially on small purchases. Now, when you went out and spent several $1,000s, of course, then that half cent might have amounted to something. Now, the other thing that the legislature spent a lot of time on, and something that caused them to stay here, I guess, several months longer than they might have, was the deliberations on the highway program, the governor's highway program. I'm sure that all of you kept up with that, fiasco, and that you're aware of the fact that the Senate, by a 2-vote margin, failed to increase the tax on gasoline another 1.5 cents, which meant that the bills that they actually passed don't mean anything. They spent a lot of time and passed several different bills on the highway program, designation, where they'd be, and all this type of stuff. And they passed a constitutional amendment that would, in effect, increase the limit on the state's bonded indebtedness. But in final analysis, the highway program failed because of lack of money. It doesn't mean that the state won't be able to develop some kind of a highway program out of revenue that will be coming in. There will be. And we're going to get into that with you now. Our board yesterday considered the constitutional amendment that will be voted on November the 5th, and after considerable discussion, unanimously agreed that organized labor should recommend to the voters that they support the constitutional amendment. But in so doing, we want to make it perfectly clear that that a recommendation of this kind does not mean that we support an increase in the gasoline tax. We maintain that if the bonded indebtedness as this constitutional amendment is adopted, which in effect means that the state would be able to float bond issues for highway construction, that those bond issues should be retired out of existing revenue that will be coming in out of the taxes on gasoline already. And I think that, and we're going to put that to you here this morning. I want to get a vote of this group on that, because it means much more to have the larger group vote on it than it does just the executive board. I have a copy of the amendment with me. It's a little complicated. If there's anybody here who would like it to be read, I'd be glad to read it or have it read. Because I want to bring that matter up before you now for action. Does anybody like to hear it read? Well, it is rather complicated, and we have checked this out, I might say, with a lot of people that we have confidence in the legislature, and some of you have had someone before your meetings who recommends it. As you know, as it stands now, the state has a ceiling on the amount of bonds that can be issued, and it's a complicated thing based upon the revenue that the state collects each year, that it can go only a certain percentage point, and that's it. Well, because of the number of bonds that have been issued in the state in the past few years, and the Ingalls $130 million bond is the thing that brought it up pretty close to the top, of course, the state is not too far from its constitutional limitations on bond issues. This is what it really gets down to, which means that in order to finance a program, a highway construction program of any significance involving, we'll say, $300 million, it means that the constitutional limitation will have to be changed. I'm advised that right now that the state can float only about $95 million in bonds. Well, you know, that's about where we are. that only $95 million in bonds could be issued now because of the constitutional limitation. This amendment, in effect, removes highway bond issuers from the constitutional limitation. This is what it really gets down to. And there's some safeguards in the amendment whereby they can only go so far with those bond issues based upon the revenue collected for the last 2 or 3 years. This is just roughly an explanation of it. I'd just simply remind you of this. A constitutional amendment requires a 2/3 vote of both houses, and that this amendment did receive a 2/3 vote of both houses. But if you go along with our recommendations, I want to stress the fact, and I'd suggest that you stress this fact to your members, and even to the members of your legislative delegation, especially your legislative delegation, that our support of this amendment does not mean that we support an increase in the gasoline tax. What is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move the approval of your suggestion.
That you support the board's recommendations, that we in turn recommend to the membership that they vote for the constitutional amendment on November the 5th. That would be your motion, right? We have a second to that?
Second motion.
Any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. I had hoped to have Theodore Smith down here from Corinth to talk to the board and to this meeting about the highway program. You fellas from up there want to be real proud of old Theodore. He's one of the best guys that we got over there. He's doing an excellent job. And he made one of the best speeches on the floor of that Senate over there in support of the highway program that I've ever heard anybody make. And he's one guy that you never have to worry about. You don't have to lobby a fellow like Theodore Smith. You know where he is on any given issue because he thinks like we do, and he's trying to do what's right. Same thing applies, of course, to some of our other people, but we have got a few characters over here, and while we got a few of it together, we might as well call a few names because we've got some work to do in the next election. You know, we got a Department of Industrial Relations bill introduced and spent weeks and weeks over there trying to pry it out of a committee without any success. This is actually the State Department of Labor. We went along with changing the name to try to, we thought it might be easy to pass, but we found that it didn't change a darn thing. You know, they knew what it was to start with. I won't go into details with you on the bill. I just want to tell you about the problems that we had and who's responsible for them. Sutton Marsh from Hinds County is chairman of the House Labor Committee, and he's the bird that's responsible for all our problems. Those of you from Hinds County, I want you to start doing a job on Mr. Marks. We got to find a good candidate and start grooming him. And I would suggest, George, and the rest of you from here, that this young fella, Ken Johnson, who run for the House, I don't know what post it was he run for, but he impressed Tom and myself very much. I'd suggest that it would be a good idea for you fellas to get a hold of Ken Johnson and tell him that you would like to see him start thinking about running for the legislature, and especially against Sutton Marks, that he's one character that we've got to try to defeat in Hinds County. He gave us a stacked committee. Didn't have a friend at all on it, subcommittee, to handle this bill, and there was no way in the world that we could get it out. And the character that was chairman of it is a fellow by the name of Neblett from up in Clarksdale. I don't believe we got anybody here from Clarksdale, have we? Well, Mr. Neblett's on our list. We're going to have to give him some special consideration. And of course, Marvin, we've talked about your senator from Monroe County already. I don't know how many people we got from Monroe, but this fellow Foster from over there, Fine old man, he's just as friendly as he can be, but he never cast the right vote, and he's always leading the opposition to our program. He's the guy that offered the motion to cut unemployment insurance back to $36. We'd like for you and Ray Smithard and those of you that's got some numbers in that area to start advising our people. You're not going to defeat a guy like this 2 or 3 weeks before the election. We've got to start laying the groundwork. And we got this fella Blue, James, that defeated Odie Turner from Chickasaw County. And old Odie has always been pretty good with us. Well, here's what Mr. Blue does. And you can verify this by talking to W.A. Stevens. W.A. was in the hearing. You see that when they split it up, they invited us in one day and the opposition in the next day. They wouldn't let us be there when they were presenting their case. Mr. Blue shows up when the manufacturers are testifying against the Department of Industrial Relations bill and makes a big fuss in opposition to the bill. Well, old Odie was down here a few days after that, and he's talking to me, want to know how Blue is doing. I says, he ain't doing worth a damn. I mean, just in simple language. Well, he says, what about him? I said, and I told him. He said, well, that's all I want to know. He says, I got a young son up there practicing law that wants to run. I said, okay, come go with me. I carried him over to W.A., and I told W.A., I said, now you tell him what about Mr. Blue's testimony against this Department of Industrial Relations bill. Well, apparently it worked. They're working on him now. Blue told somebody a few weeks after this that he didn't know what the devil had happened, but he had to do something to get them damn labor people off his neck because they were really working on him up in his county. Well, now this is what I'm getting at. We got to start this type thing in a lot of the areas of this state where some of these key characters live. And, you know, we're going to have reapportionment again before the next election. And if we roll up our sleeves on that next election and do as good a job as we did this last time, we can really start making some progress. Our problem today is still the speaker. The fact that the speaker names the committees, you see, and they've got them stacked. Now, they've had a big problem over there keeping them stacked. They worked a bunch of people to death because they don't have too many left over there. They've had to put their key guys on about 6 committees, you see, Ways and Means and all of these committees. You go in the committee and you see the same faces all the time, right, Tom? Right. Tom's been over there, and some more of you have when we had some hearings. But you see the same faces. So we might as well make up our mind, in addition to knocking out some of these people I'm talking about, that we have also got to get involved in the speaker's race. This is where we made a mistake this last time, in my opinion, was not getting behind George Payne Cosser, in spite of some of his past activity. He made some concessions. At least we had some decent committees, you know. We would have come out of it in much better shape. Would have got that Department of Labor bill through, because Cosser told me that he'd appoint W.A. Stevens if I wanted him, or anybody else, as chairman of that committee. So that makes the difference. It might have been just, well, I don't know, maybe we can wait a couple of years, but if Cosser would have been elected, of course, he'd been hard to defeat it. And I think that we'll all be better off with Cosser out of the legislature, but we'll talk about this a little bit later on. All right, so much for that. I just wanted to kind of give you a few of the highlights and some of the problems that we're faced with in anticipation of the work that we have to be done. There's many more of these people that we're talking about, but I just named a few. The main business that we will take up here this morning is going to be, of course, the presidential election, and we find ourselves in a most unusual position. The state FFL-CIO is chartered by the national organization, and we're governed by policies of that organization. We can't make endorsements or recommendations for candidates for office until they act. We discussed this quite at length at the board yesterday, and we come to this conclusion that this meeting here today cannot take any formal action in this situation until the Executive Council itself meets, which I understand that will be probably next week. When we set up this meeting several months ago, we had a problem, frankly, of finding a place to meet here in Jackson, and that's primarily the reason for it. On the yesterday and today, we would have held it a week later had we been able to find a place to meet here in Jackson. But when we set the meeting up, we had in mind that the two political conventions would have met, and we felt like that we ought to meet as soon as we could after the conventions, because we wouldn't have very much time to do anything here if we waited a while. You see, you only got about 2 months now. That's the reason for the meeting here today, and the reason that we find ourselves in this most peculiar position. Now, I don't think there's any question in anybody's mind about what the National AFL-CIO is going to do in this situation. I think all of you are completely aware of the fact that the AFL-CIO and our various and sundry international unions were primarily responsible for Hubert Humphrey getting into the race, and were primarily responsible for him winning the nomination. I think all of you are aware of this, but it's still a matter of action on their part before we can get down to the business. Now, we will have a recommendation for you here on this in a few minutes as to what course of action we think we need to follow. But before we get on that, I want to talk about Claude Ramsey and the situation that he's in now. I think most of you might have already read the papers and are aware of the fact that I have agreed to help coordinate the Vice President's campaign here in Mississippi. You haven't got your mail yet. It was put in the mail yesterday. We had a press conference here in Jackson day before yesterday, at which the announcement was made by a representative of the Vice President. And I might add, before I made this decision, I talked with a number of people, most of the board members and all of the executive committee. And I want to read you here a statement that has not received much attention by the press. Then I want to read you a letter that I wrote to all the local unions. And then we will have our recommendations, and then we'll have a discussion, and we want all of you to feel free to speak your mind. Several days ago, I was contacted by Vice President Humphrey's office and requested to manage his campaign for president in Mississippi. After giving the matter much careful thought and consideration, I have agreed to accept the position. In order to devote all of my time to the campaign, I am requesting the executive board of the Mississippi AFL-CIO to grant me a leave of absence for the next 2 months. In other words, I will not be on the payroll of the organization during this period of time. A number of factors have prompted this course of action. First and foremost, I consider this election to be one of the most crucial ever faced by the people of this state and nation. If the complex problems faced by the United States are to be solved, we must have capable leadership in the White House. It is a foregone conclusion that either Hubert Humphrey or Richard Nixon will be president of this country for the next 4 years. Both Nixon and Humphrey have served in public office and have records for public review. Both have served in the Congress, and both have served as vice president. My decision to work for Humphrey is based upon the record of these two men. Mr. Humphrey has always supported the aims and objectives of the trade union movement. On the other hand, Mr. Nixon has consistently opposed these programs.
more legislation beneficial to the great masses of the people of this country has been enacted by the Johnson-Humphrey administration than any other in the history of this nation. These programs have meant much to the people of Mississippi. They must be allowed to continue if our state is to make progress. I am convinced that Hubert Humphrey must be elected president if they are to continue.
Amen.
During the past year and a half, I want you folks to get the significance of what I'm about to, some of these figures I'm about to read out. You, of course, will have it in the mail when you get back. During the past year and a half, over 200,000 wage earners in Mississippi received a wage increase of 35 cents an hour as a result of an increase in the federal minimum wage. Now, you remember that the minimum wage went from $1.25 to $1.40 February the 1st was a year ago, and it went from $1.40 to $1.60 February the 1st of this year, most wage earners. Now, this is a conservative figure. There's actually more than 200 people affected by the minimum wage. So to get you a pencil and paper down and figure how much money is involved here as far as the economy of Mississippi is concerned.
200,000.
Over 200,000 people actually received the 35-cent hour wage increase. Now get the significance of this next statement. Almost 300,000 citizens of this state on the Social Security rolls and have received increased monetary benefits as a result of amendments to this act. Get the significance of that number of people, over 300,000. We've got right at 15% of our state's population, 15% almost, on the Social Security rolls. Get this next figure. Now, I got all this information here that I'm citing. Now, I checked with the Social Security office to make sure I was right. Over 210,000 of these people are now covered by Medicare. Now, get this. This is significant. Over $51 million has been spent by the Social Security Department in Mississippi during the past 2 years to provide hospital care for many of these citizens. $51 million. And many of these people receive hospital care for the first time. That's the reason there's so much money involved here. They couldn't afford to go to the hospital until Medicare was passed. Millions of dollars have been spent in our state on adult education and manpower training projects during the past few years. And as a result, many of these people are now productive citizens. Instead of writing the welfare rolls as tax eaters, they are now tax producers. Millions of dollars have come into our state to improve public education and other programs of necessity. These are but a few of the benefits received by many Mississippians as a result of the present Democratic administration. We will be talking about them during the next 2 months. We hope to convince a majority of the people of this state that a vote for Humphrey is a vote for themselves. Now, after seeing the way the press handled the situation and so forth, I decided, well, I was going to send this to the locals anyhow, but I had another different letter to go with it. I tore it up and wrote this one after looking the papers over yesterday morning. This is in the mail now, and it should be delivered today. It's addressed to all the local unions. Enclosed, you'll find a statement released by me to the news media on Thursday, September the 5th. The statement is being mailed to you in order that you will be fully informed. Unfortunately, the press as a whole has completely ignored this statement and, as usual, is attempting to mislead the people of this state. Hubert Humphrey has a long and distinguished record as far as organized labor is concerned. It is for this reason that I have elected to help guide his campaign in our state. This was a tough decision to make, and I do hope it meets your approval. It is further hope that the members of your organization will see the need to support this friend of long standing. If Nixon wins, and if the Republicans gain control of Congress, organized labor will have had it. You should have already received a pamphlet from this office describing their plans. This is what we're talking about here. That. We got some extra copies here. All the locals, this was mailed out. We want to make sure that you get a few of them to take back with you, and we can make others available to you in the future. Now, the executive board yesterday went along with my request. They granted me a leave of absence for 2 months, which means I won't be on the payroll. It don't mean that I'm going to run off, anything like that. But it was our feeling that this would be the best course of action to follow, that I should not be on the payroll of the organization during this period of time and serving in this capacity. We recognize the fact that some of our members will not agree with this course of action. And we felt that by me not being on the state council payroll, that we wouldn't be subject to quite as much criticism as we might be otherwise if I stayed on the payroll. Frankly, that's the reason for that. The board, by action, has put Brother Knight in charge of the council office. In other words, he would fill the duties normally filled by me, and Vice President Jack Schaefer will assist him when the need arises. This is what the arrangement has been made there. Now, our recommendations to you here today will be this, that we take no action today, but that we authorize the council, the state FFL-CIO, to support the action of the FFL-CIO when and if it does act. This is our recommendations to you. And I understand that Brother Jackson will offer a motion to support this recommendation and might have a few words to say. Brother Jackson.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that this body approve the action taken by the board yesterday. And as one of my fellow vice presidents said in that meeting, he said it much better than I can here this morning. There's 2 things we can do about this campaign. Take this action or sit on our hands, and I'm not for sitting on my hands, so I so move.
I second the motion.
Brother Sam, second the motion. Do we have any discussion now on the motion? We'd like to get an expression here this morning. I hate to do all of the talking, but there's much that needs to be said about this thing, and I want you to know that I give this matter probably more consideration than anything I've ever done in my life. You don't know how I wrestle with this one about taking this position and this leave of absence. But I'm convinced, ladies and gentlemen, I'm convinced, you know, that we've just got too much at stake to sit this one out. I realize what all the problems are, Brother Edwards.
Mr. President, I rise in support of this motion. I'd like to have a few words to say about it. We know, as you have brought out, the record of the 2 candidates for the 2 major parties. I would like to point out something that I don't know whether everybody here knows about or whether our rank and file membership knows about, but I think they should know about it. The Republican nominee, Mr. Nixon, is one of the co-authors of the Taft-Hartley labor law. He had a whole lot to do with writing the Taft-Hartley labor law. And we all know what the Taft-Hartley law does to organized labor. Section 14B of that law The Democratic Platform Committee, sitting in Chicago, one of the planks of the platform is for repeal of Section 14B. Nothing like that appears in the Republican platform. In fact, there is today bills, and some of them already have been assigned numbers in the House and in the Senate, bills that, if Mr. Nixon is elected president, that will create a nationwide right-to-work law. There is a Senate bill that will prohibit nationwide bargaining by various international unions, and will break it down to individual unit bargaining. Now, I'm employed at the Bell System, which is the largest corporation on the face of the earth. We have to have nationwide bargaining, or we couldn't exist. If we break our bargaining down as recommended by Mr. Nixon, if we break our bargaining down to the way we have to sit in Jackson and bargain with the management of the Bell System in Jackson, you can recognize what kind of contract we'd get. That don't only apply to employees of the Bell System, it applies to all of us. There's one other name that's being discussed with President of the United States, and that's former Governor of Alabama, George Wallace. Well, George's labor record is nil. I mean, he's opposed to everything that we, even more so than Mr. Nixon is. There's several things that I don't personally like about Mr. Hubert Humphrey's, not his labor record, but some of the other records that he has compiled. But in considering the three men and their qualifications for office and what we have and what we have now, what we expect to have, and what we will have if either one of these three men are elected president, and one of them will be elected president. So we have no other course of action to take. The National AFL-CIO, I'm sure, will make an endorsement of Mr. Humphrey. There's several international unions that already have made a public endorsement. Our particular international of communication workers have already made an endorsement of Hubert Humphrey. And I'm sure that the time after the international acts that the various state bodies of which we are here today will be acting and supporting Mr. Humphrey's campaign, and I see no other course of action that we in the labor movement can take other than going out and electing Hubert Humphrey president of the United States.
Thank you, Brother Edwards. I mean, he's got a special reason to be biased towards Hubert Humphrey, I know. I want to tell you about a situation that I heard Bill Stanley tell about one time, affecting CWA. When Hubert Humphrey was mayor of Indianapolis, we had a Minneapolis. I say Indianapolis? Minneapolis. Sorry. Had a Bell telephone strike, and the company attempted to break the strike. They moved beds and
so forth into the building and fed the people in there, just going to bed them down and break the strike. And Humphrey broke that up with a city ordinance and ruled that, they had some kind of a city ordinance about this type thing, that they had to have a license, a hotel license or so forth, a restaurant or something to feed, serve food and so forth. That was way back yonder, way back there when he was mayor of this city. And of course, all of you know, I don't have to tell you this, as he's pointed out to you, that Humphrey is one of the few men that's ever served in the United States Senate that hasn't yet cast the first wrong vote.
Amen.
Not the first wrong vote. And that's the reason that Claude Ramsey is willing to stick his neck out and do what he's about to do, is because I believe when the time comes that we are obligated to support our friends as well as to try to defeat our enemies. And I haven't forgot myself about this long anti-labor record of Richard Nixon. And we have got to get the message across to the people. I'm a believer in people. I know what's happened to a lot of the people in this state. They're confused. They haven't been allowed to think about their own welfare. And Claude Ramsey is going to try to get it out in front of them where they can understand what the issues are. That's all. I'm not trying to tell anybody who to vote for, but I want them to have the facts when they make that decision and not make it based upon emotion. Now, this is the way I'm going to try to approach it. Anybody else want to speak on the motion? Brother Sam.
Mr. Chairman,
You get it next, Brother Clark.
how many of you folks have been a member in good standing of the same labor union for 50 years? Anybody? Don't use that word old. I never did use it.
Years young.
Years young. Well, I've been a member of the Brotherhood of Railway Truckers for 50 years. I've had lots of experience with Republican administrations. I remember back when Helpless Herbert was in the White House. Times were hard. You folks, now you haven't been around long enough to remember that.
I remember.
So do I.
I know about it. I remember in one of the A&T stores in Columbus, there's a whole mountain of that back. A nickel a pound with no takers because people didn't have the nickel. When Franklin Roosevelt went into the White House, I didn't own a home. I didn't have a car. I didn't even have a bicycle. I needed clothes. I owed bills that I couldn't pay. Republicans stayed in office till 1952. The Democrats stayed in office till 1952. When they went out of office, I not only owned a home and title in fee simple, I didn't owe a dime above current expenses. I had 2 automobiles, and I had money in the bank. Now that's some of the background that why I'm for Hubert Humphrey. Now you take folks, I know folks right now, talking to folks yesterday. Oh, you Humphrey. I said, I'm for the party that's done something for me. And God bless you, every one of you has been benefited by it. Oh, well, what's he done? I said, all right. railroad retirement, Social Security, old age pensions, unemployment compensation, Medicare, or you could just, it'd take you all day to name them all. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm one of the, we had quite a, a lot of, you're talking about folks not knowing the facts. Kind of reminds me of, my father had a beautiful horse one time. Didn't have much use for him, and he offered it for sale. And the man come around by him, he looked him over, and he was satisfied, said, well, can this horse plow? Farmer dropped his head, and he says, no, he can't plow, and the hell of it is, he don't seem to want to learn. So that's the way a lot of people about the facts. And I was wanting to tell you a story about the scare business. You had a fellow named Goldwater. Well, after November the 5th, he's running for Senate against Carl Hayden, one of the original senator from the state of Arizona. He was elected when Arizona was made a state, and he's been in there ever since. I'm hoping that after November the 5th, he will be just an ex-senator. I hope he don't get elected. Folks say, well, what are you about to elect? What is the Democrats going to do up there? I said, I don't give a damn what to do. I'm for whoever they vote, whoever they nominate, except Lester, George, Barry, and Ronnie.
Thank you, Brother Sims. Before I give you the floor, Brother Clark, I got something here that I'd like all of you to get a copy of before you leave. Some of you might have read it already. It's Drew Pearson's column in yesterday's Clarion Ledger about the convention and where he documents and puts in perspective where this a certain element in this state deliberately went to Chicago to provoke the police into this brutality and to actually discredit the Democratic Party and Hubert Humphrey especially. I maintain that this is what it was taking place, but here it is in black and white. And I'd like for all of you to get a copy of it because it is important that our members be made to understand that the extreme left in this country, and this is what this is now, this is not just the commies at operation. You got some people in this country that's even to the left of the commies. Well, this is some of their activities. Well, look, I make that statement because we might as well face up to it. We got an element in this nation that believe in anarchy. They don't believe in the system of government that we've got, or any system. They help to destroy the system itself. That's the way they operate. And they went there to try to discredit the National Party and so forth. This group of people would like to have Nixon in the White House because they know that the climate will change where the other way, you see. Now, Brother Clark asked for the floor, and when he gets through, we'll either vote or serve the coffee and come back and have more discussion. The coffee is ready, Brother Clark. Could I borrow a match?
All right, I want to say a few words to predict the forward to in this thing. I think we'd be a fool if we tried to turn our head and say that George Wallace is not going to run strong in this state. Most probability he's going to carry the state. And I just wonder if the idea of coming out in this thing for Humphrey is going to hurt the labor movement more than it's going to help the thing. Back to business the last few days, that hasn't been part of the expression for catching hell already. They got a lot of support for him. And I agree with you as far as the Democratic Party, the candidates.
what they've done for labor, things like that. But I'm just wondering that, you might say the backlash of this thing, what it's going to amount to. I think we ought to think about that a little bit, and see which side's going to outweigh the other one, ain't it? So, I can see your point in the thing of, realize that. Still, we're gonna have this other thing, we're gonna have to figure out some way to try to cope with it to get back to the rank file numbers, which is gonna be pretty well upset. It won't say a few words.
Mr. Chairman,
Let me, Smith Hart wants it. Let me,
I just like to throw a little light to what he said there about
Yeah.
the majority of the people of George Wallace. Agree. In 1964, there was another guy running. The majority of the people was for him. I believe 87%. I'd like to ask the people, did the labor movement survive this? I don't think the recommendation is for the other party. And I believe since 1964, the labor movement is way above what it was in 1964. Of course, I'm not saying we got a lot of members that don't know the problems. They don't know what Brother Sims is talking about. They probably don't care because they thinking about something else and not something good and welfare, they're self and their family. And if you notice this morning's paper, the 6 things Nixon said he different with Hubert Humphrey on. You know, 2 of them was oil depletion. I'd say 99% of our people don't know what this means. But it means it's like oil depletion allowance. It means people like H.L. Hunt get several millions of dollars he don't pay no taxes on to beat the working people over the head with through these advertising he got radio programs and these other forms. 14B, at all labor, I don't think we got a man in the state of Mississippi that's not opposed to 14B, but Nixon's saying that he is part. Now, what did George Wallace say? What did George Wallace say about it? He said that all he's riding on the emotions of the people, the race question at all. He's gonna ride in that way. He's not gonna put the problem to the question to the people. And a lot of our people need to be made aware. I know what I say is unpopular to 90% of the labor people, but I think it ought to be said. And I think the people don't realize when the thing's over with, the position labor takes was right.
Now, let me get an opinion, and obvious that there's several other people who like to have something to say. The coffee is ready. Would you like to serve it for a few minutes, take a break, and come back? We can continue. We don't have to split up enough. Okay, let's do that. We got a few late arrivals that just come in. Joe sent, I believe, and several other people. That were not here when we recessed for coffee. I believe you come in during a recess. So, I'll just take a few words and advise you of where we are in this particular meeting. Yesterday, the State Executive Board met and considered a number of things. One of them, the presidential election, of course, what we should do in it. And it was a feeling of the board that it would be impossible, inappropriate, or illegal for us to act until the national organization itself had took action. Everybody, I think, is aware of what that action will probably be. We don't think it can be anything else but a recommendation for Humphrey. So our recommendations to this meeting was that we support the action of the national organization when they meet. And we have a motion on the floor to adopt that recommendation at this time. We haven't been having a discussion on it. We recessed for coffee right in the middle of it, and we'll bring it back on the floor now for further discussion. Who wants the floor at this time? Did the coffee cool everybody off? There's 2 or 3 people want the floor.
Mr. Chairman, just about
Sam?
one thing to mention about Governor Wallace. I'm not optimistic about Governor Wallace's race in Mississippi. If you go back a little bit of ancient history the last 2 years, every candidate for statewide office that was an around Wallaceite, if my memory serves me correctly, got beat. Swan was one of, he got 103,000 30,000 votes for Doug. That's all the votes he'll ever get in Mississippi, in my opinion. And I just don't believe that people have got such enough sense to fall for that malarkey that Wallace is putting out.
Let's hope you're right, Brother Sims. I think there's about a piece of people here who disagree with you. Brother Arnold?
Chairman, I don't know whether I'm a Democrat or Republican, but I voted Republican when Rube McCullough ran against John Bell Williams. So that's where I stand on that. But I'm not opposed to Humphrey. I'm going to state what I think the state will probably do. I think they'll vote for George Wallace, whether we like it or not. I personally think we may be hurting ourselves by the stand that you're taking, going on this thing the whole time. That's my personal opinion. I really believe that. Secondly, I think we would probably, in the state of Mississippi, come out just as well statewide in Mississippi, since there's three candidates going to be running. For this reason, Humphrey is not going to win in Mississippi, in my opinion. Now, if as long as George is in the race, the Republicans are not going to win either. In my opinion, George Wallace being in the race will help the Democratic Party. I believe that. And that doesn't say I'm going to vote for him either. I'm not for George because I know what he'll do to organized labor. And I know what Nixon will do to organized labor. But there shouldn't be any question in our minds who the man that will help organized labor is. Humphrey's got the best record of any man that's ever run for president for organized labor. Again, I don't like what happened at the Democratic Convention, regardless of who caused it or what caused it. I don't like what happened there. That doesn't mean who got nominated. So some of the things that went on there, I don't approve of. And I don't know what we may be hurting ourselves to come out in the open in a campaign of this sort, because we will not accomplish anything by kicking up all the dust or helping all we can Humphrey. For this reason, that, in my opinion, we're not going to pull it through and get a majority. And if we don't get a majority, it doesn't accomplish anything. At least I don't think it does. I don't know that much about the mechanics of how the votes go. But in 1964, they won 87% for Barry Gore. I don't think they've changed that much since then, especially with two other conservative, what is considered in the minds of the Southern people as conservative type candidates. I doubt seriously that if we're accomplishing a whole lot through this, even though I personally believe that the man that will help organize labor strongly is Hubert Humphrey.
Thank you, Brother Arnold. Brother Robbins.
President. Personally, and the answer to his suggestion, I don't think we'll accomplish anything. Laying down, pleading dead. Next place, I would like to cast a little reflection on Mr. Nixon, of the type of man he is and has been. When he was in the Senate, he held his hand behind him to the tune of $19,000 a month from private enterprise, supplementing his salary. I don't think that type of man needs to be in the White House. Then you go to Mr. Wallace, who seems to be very popular around here. He surrounds himself with such characters. Mustache Bill Simmons, because of his fascist activities in Europe, he just did get to jump on the law and get out of there. And being considered for his running mate Mr. Ezra Taft Benson, full-time organizer for the John Birch Society. His prime financers of his campaign, Mr. H.L. Hunt, the oil billionaire who was mentioned here in this conference earlier, and Mr. John Birch Society himself, Mr. Robert Wells. Now, what type of man can you support? Every darn one of them will cut your throat and make if you a working man, and that's what we are. Amen.
Well, let's let the lady, and then we'll come to you, and then we'll get you, Brother Ori. I'll see 2 or 3.
Chairman, I want to say something.
Tell us who you are.
I'm in the detail with the amalgamation.
Some people might not recognize you.
This is what I find in servicing local unions. And I think this is true with some of our leaders and some of our membership. That we will let people say what they want to say to us about Wallace. And we just stand and take it and don't state any facts or our feelings about Mr. Humphrey or whoever that we're going to back. And I think we need to speak out because we have just as much right to our belief and who we're for as people are that are for Wallace. And I think that the labor movement does have to take a stand. I'm like Brother Robin, we won't never win by laying down and playing dead. And I've made up my mind, and I've done this with my neighbors, which I can do a little better probably than I can with some of my members. When they talk to me about Wallace, I talk back to them about Humphrey.
Thank you, Evan. Amen. All right, Brother Shoemaker.
I'd like to just say that Mr. Humphrey, he belongs to a lot of organizations that people, myself, a lot of my close friends are bitterly against. And just because Richard Nixon belongs to this and that, why, Hubert Humphrey belongs to some organizations that I'm better than opposed to.
Let's see, I saw Dan, I believe.
Mr. President,
This is Dan Ori with the AFL-CIO staff.
I was just about to say that Vice President Humphrey, in my opinion, is one of the better candidates that we can support. But I personally feel that it's, in order to support him, we cannot sit back and be quiet about him because we got people here in the state of Mississippi strictly put in for former Governor Wallace. Now, in order for them to pull for former Governor Wallace, how are we going to pull for Vice President Humphrey if we're going to sit down and be quiet about it? Like they full stated that if they're going to support former President Wallace, Governor Wallace, why can't we support President Humphrey? Now, I would love to put a sticker on the bumper of my car, but due to the fact that I'm traveling all over the state of Mississippi, I can't do that. I can't afford it because who knows what I'm faced with. So I feel that deep down inside, we all should get together and support him. I don't know if we as organizers can get out and support him opening by wearing sticker bumpers, but they're doing it in the state of Mississippi, all over the state. Governor George Wallace. So I just hope that we can get together.
Well, that's the thing about it. You see, here's the position we're in, and I'll state it again for some of you in case you're not acquainted with it. In order for the state office to do anything in connection with this campaign, it's necessary to take this kind of action. If this group doesn't act, then Tom Knight, in my absence, won't be able to lift one finger in the campaign. Of course, we haven't got around to talking about what you want us to do in that campaign. When we get this motion out of the way, we'll want to talk about that a little bit if the motion is adopted. Now, Brother Shoemaker, you had it a few minutes ago. Brother Upton had his hand up. I'll recognize him, and then if you still want it, we'll come back to you.
B.R. Upton with the garbage. Brother Chairman, I'm not much politician on this thing, but it seems to me that respect for Judge Coleman. I don't know how many of you people read the statement the judge had in the commercial appeal the other morning. Went about the schools, and that's the thing that people like to hear. Get the government out of the school, get the courts out of the school. Judge Coleman told us that the way you're gonna get the courts out of the schools, if you'll take some positive and affirmative action, then the courts won't be in your schools. The courts is not in the schools because they want to be. I talked to some people down here just across the line a few days ago in Louisiana. If we get one, we're gonna use Supreme Court. He's gonna get a Supreme Court. Oh, he says he's gonna get a new court. Those people are appointed for life. They either die or retire, and that's the only way you get. Well, you didn't know that. Now, I think that the people we're gonna have to appeal to put this over, not to our labor people. We're gonna have to point out to the people that the benefits they're getting. These older people and these people on Social Security and the welfare and workers' compensation, things like that. You can go out here in some of these smaller towns where your young people is going away, there's no jobs for them, and the biggest payroll in some of those towns, the biggest payroll in there is Social Security checks.
Were you here when I read the statement?
Yeah. So, I don't know what we ought to do about this. I don't like the way that everything goes on, but, I think we're gonna have to, I believe the Lord to take some stand on the thing, David.
Any more discussion? Brother Jackson?
As the mover of the motion, I'd like to say a few words. I didn't speak much when I made the motion because I want to give everybody else a chance. I represent the amalgamated clothing workers in this state. We've got 14 locals that scattered the length and the breadth of this state. I've probably got members of all types, many who disagree with me and many who agree with me. But I'll tell you this, my membership has always granted me the right to say what I thought. Then they also had their rights. They done whatever they wanted to do about it after I had my say. And I'm assuming that they're going to do the same thing in this campaign. I think the labor movement in the state has to take a stand. I think the labor movement all these years has always had to take controversial stands, and the stands they have took has caused this country to be what it is in many respects. It was unpopular when they first started talking about Social Security, and there's still a large group of senators and representatives in this country that's deadly opposed to that. But the labor leaders thought it was necessary, and even though it was unpopular, they still tried to push it through Congress back in the 30s, and they were successful. I think every issue where we've made social progress in this country in the last 100 years has been because a group of people took a stand that was unpopular. So I'm not worried about the unpopular stand. I believe in it, and I believe it's right. I'm going to vote for Hubert Humphrey no matter what the labor movement in Mississippi does, and I grant my members the right to do what they think about it.
Amen. Thank you, Brother Jackson. Any further discussion now?
I move the question.
Well, it appears that there is no one wants the floor, so that won't be necessary. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? No. The motion's carried and so ordered. We have a number of other things yet that we'd like to dispose of before we let you get out of here for lunch. But I would like to respond just briefly to some of the statements that have been made. It might well be, you see, that Claude Ramsey might be seeking other employment before this is all over with. But, and maybe I'm a strange duck, but my feelings are similar to those that have been expressed by Brother Jackson and others. And I've never been one to try to lead from the rear. I've been in some bloody affairs, as you know, because I was doing what I thought was right. And that's the reason I've been willing to accept the position that I'm taking now. I'm doing that because there wasn't anybody else in the state, a white person of any stature, that would do it. There's many others around that'll be for Humphrey, but they were not willing to identify with this campaign and help direct it. I have asked for leave of absence because of the problems that you've been talking about here this morning. If we didn't have these problems, there'd be no point in me asking for the leave of absence. That's the reason for the leave of absence, because I realize that we've got these real problems with people, our members, that are victims of this hysteria that's been in this state for not just now, but it's been here for several years, as you know. Somewhere down the line, we've got to get the message across to our membership and to the people of this state.
Amen.
And that's what Claude Ramsey is going to try to do as the co-manager of the Humphrey campaign. We're going to try to talk facts and figures and show these people where they've been misled and misdirected, that a vote for Humphrey in the Democratic Party is actually a vote for their own self-interest. This is what I propose to do. That short statement I read there was in this direction. You know, and this is going to, might not sit too good with some people, but if the labor movement, organized labor in this state and in this nation, is going to sit on its haunches and let a little demagogue like George Wallace take us over, we might as well go out of business tomorrow. That's the way I personally feel about it. We won't have a labor movement. We flat won't have a labor movement if we allow this to happen to us. And I certainly realize what the odds are, ladies and gentlemen. We got our work cut out for us. We might lose this election, but I haven't given up. This election is going to be one of the closest we've ever had. I'm convinced of that. It might well be thrown in the House of Representatives, and it might well be that Mississippi's 7 electoral votes can make the difference this time around. And I'm convinced in this three-way race that we've got, if we do our work and get the message across to our people, that we can carry the state of Mississippi. I'd like to go back to you to the 1960 campaign as a case in point. In 1960, a lot of you in this room were with us. We supported John F. Kennedy in 1960 in the face of the Republican candidate Richard Nixon and Barnett and his unpledged electors. Remember all of that? Well, how many of you remember what the vote was in that campaign? Did you know that we got 37% of the vote? Barnett got 39% of the vote, and Nixon got the 24% that was left. Now that gives you a little indication about what can be done.
Amen.
That's the reason that I say it's not a hopeless situation. Of course, everybody wants to look at that 87% thing that happened to us 4 years ago, but that was another emotional thing. And if a campaign is directed right, as I propose to direct it, then I believe that percentage that voted for Kennedy in 1960 will again vote for Hubert Humphrey. And when you consider the progress that we've made in organizing in this state, our influence is going to be greater, it should be. And when you consider the number of new voters in this state that we didn't have in 1960, then mathematically there is a strong possibility that this state will go Democratic. How many of you agree with that assumption?
Amen.
Is that too optimistic or not? Well, I just want you to know my thinking on it. All right, so much for that. We don't know what, well, we do, I think, have a pretty good idea. Now, with Tom, see, I will spend as much time as I can in the office. Even though I'm off the payroll, I don't intend just to abandon the ship over there. But Tom has got a problem. And the fact that we are going to be putting on another display at the fair, and this comes in the middle of October, and it appears to me that it would be virtually impossible in this particular situation for us to set up a series of meetings which we might ordinarily do in the various central body districts. But if this is what you want, this is what we'll try to do. Now, we'd like to get some opinion out of you on that. If you think this will help, or if it's necessary, or if you discourage it or not. We will probably do this, and we'll probably have to get a meeting of the executive committee after the council has acted and formulate our plans. We will probably do at least one mailing to the rank and file membership, provide them with the record of the candidate and so forth out of this office. This is one thing that I think the state council will probably want to do. Of course, it'll be subject to the approval of the executive committee. Again, I think even though we've got these problems, we have an obligation to our membership to inform them, provide them with the information. Then we have, we've done our obligation as leaders. You understand? If they want to make the wrong decision after we provide them with information, then that's their business. But as far as I'm concerned, I think we have an obligation to provide our membership with this information. What about you fellas in the central body areas? What do you think that the state council should do after the recommendation has been made? We won't have a whole lot of time. Keep this in mind, and the fact that Tom is going to be busy for about 2 weeks on Tom. You'll have 1 week preparing and one.
Well, it'll be about 3 weeks.
About 3 weeks all told there with that thing.
I think it ought to be left to Tom's discretion.
Well, it'll be up to you, yes, brother.
Claude, this is, again, my own private opinion, and there may not be anybody in this room who agrees with it. I think the thing that would help the Humphrey campaign the most in the state of Mississippi if the vice president himself would come here and address a labor rally somewhere in the state that we could get as many members as possible. Amen. I think if our members could see the man in person, hear him talk to him, I think this would change their mind more than anything else. And this comes from personal experience. I happened to hear the man when he was in the state earlier this year at the university.
Yeah.
And as I understand his campaign, it's not going to be a lecture type thing. As I understand it, he's going to say a few words at each speech, and then he's going to open the thing to question and answer, to give everybody a chance to hear his views on the various subjects. And I believe that could be done. It'd help his campaign in this state more than anything else we'll ever do.
We're in agreement with that, and Tom and I have talked about this, and I can assure you, as co-chairman of the campaign, I'll do everything I can to see if we can't get him in here. It'll probably have to be tied in with a visit to New Orleans or somewhere like that. But we will make this effort. I'm in agreement with that. If we can get the man here, and if enough people can hear him, he can do us an awful lot of good. Well, we'll probably have to catch him in between hops or something.
And you can be assured the others will.
Well, we'll make this effort. It might be impossible to do it, but I'm in agreement with you. It would do an awful lot of good. Any of the rest of you got any thoughts on the matter? Brother Upton.
Well, it seems to me that the type of campaign we got, the situation, the overall situation, our executive board, the officers and executive board of the council is probably better informed, and through the coordinated efforts of the national party, that probably we should leave this to the discretion of the executive board as to whether or not we should have to call these meetings.
All right.
What type of meetings.
All right, so let's leave it this way then. After the national organization has took action, and after we have got a little better feel of the general situation, I'll get a meeting of the executive committee, at least the executive committee, and then we will make a decision about the type of program to conduct as far as organized labor is concerned. Now, as a co-manager of the state campaign, I think that the appeal has to be made on a broad base across the board, which would include our own membership, and this is what I would propose to do here. We're going to try to get some prominent person identified with the business community, where this thing is not pegged as an organized labor civil rights movement. That's what we're going to attempt to do here. We got several people in mind. Some of them that some of you folks might not like too much, but if going to bed with Owen Cooper, for instance, would care the state, I'd be willing to do that. But I don't think he's willing to go to bed with me. It'll have to be somebody else. All right, so that's the way we'll leave it then. We will get the committee together after they took action and after we've got a better look and decide what organized labor itself here at State Council should do with its own program. Now, we got a couple other things here that we'd like to discuss with you. Number one is that Tom is in charge of the display booth at the fair again this year, and he would like to talk to you a few minutes about that, what some of the problems are, and in other words, he wants also to seek your help on this project. So this time I'm going to ask Tom to discuss the fair project with you for a few minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As all of you know, past 2 years we've had a booth. When we started this, we really didn't know what the outcome would be, what the success would be in the way of public relations for the labor movement in the state. I think we'd all agree this morning that we've been pleasantly and perhaps surprised at the good public relations job that we've been able to put together for the labor movement, as well as the employers who have been kind enough, through the cooperation of our various business agents and international reps who deal with them, in securing from the employers those items of display for display purposes and those that have been given to us to give away as prizes. As you know, we seek the various printed materials and souvenirs from the various international unions as well as AFL-CIO, and also nice, little useful, attractive souvenirs of various kinds. We have talked to hundreds of people, thousands of people. We've given our members, the locals over the state, have been kind enough to send in volunteers to help us man this booth. To give the local union members an opportunity to meet people, and it's give the people an opportunity to meet union members who can and see for the first time that union members actually don't have horns as long as a Texas Burma bull, and to talk to them and to find out that they are taxpayers, citizens, members of the community, people interested in their community and in their state. And as a result of that, we've had many, many nice compliments on our fair booth. Each year we've increased the space, enlarged the space which we occupy. We've enlarged it again this time with another 10 by 10 stall. And had it not been for the cooperation of people like you, and for all the local unions, this couldn't have been done. Tom Knight can't do it by himself. Nobody else. I must compliment this empty pair of pants sitting over here in the door, this so-called assistant director of the AFL-CIO, organizing department, that whiskey head, for his generosity in providing the services of Brother Joe Mullins back there. And he has again promised Brother Mullins to us. And incidentally, I want to talk to you a little more about that. I've got some new proposals to make to you. It won't be easy, but I think you'll make it. And many of the full-time people have had the opportunity to come by and spend a few minutes' time with us. And I hope that more will this time. Let me just make it brief by saying this, that we are underway again. The fair time is close by, 1 month from tomorrow. It opens Tuesday morning, October the 8th at 9 o'clock and goes through Tuesday, October 15th, whatever time we decide to close. Now, I've spoken with most of you who have been dealing with the employers. As a result of considerable success we've had in organizing new plants since the fair last year, we'll have a number of displays in addition to those that we've had before. Some of those employers, the word I have is they're going to increase the number of items they're going to give us this time. So we're looking forward to a good time again and to another successful venture in behalf of the labor movement. And again, I want to ask your cooperation. Without it, we'd be at our roll's end. I want to urge you to urge the employers that you talk to come by and see this booth. Now, as you know, last year we provided each person who gave us a display a small color print of the booth. Now, it's too, we don't have the funds to just be perfectly frank with you, to take the type picture we'd like to and provide each employer with a large color photo of that booth in order that he could see and show his associates his a particular display. We just can't go into that kind of money because these color photos are extremely expensive. But we would like for you to invite them to come by and visit with whoever may be in the booth when they come by and see that we have given them the proper advertisement with these cards that we put up there, where we put up the name of the company, the union, the local, what town it's located in. So I want to again thank you for your cooperation and again seek your continued support. Now, I haven't heard from too many locals in response to my request for people to help us. I realize they got to have local union meetings, but please encourage your local unions to get that information in as the earliest possible minute, and I'll do my best to accommodate the local and let them serve the day and the hour that they propose to serve, which would be more convenient to them. In the past, the locals in the Jackson area have been real kind in that they have agreed to work the hours most inconvenient for those people living out of town and consequently traveling a long distance. And I'm sure the locals in Jackson will again make that contribution to the fair. So we're going to be looking for all of you just as soon as you can get the display items available. If you're coming by, bring them by. We have a room upstairs by the office in which to put them and see that they're kept until fair time. If there needs to be anything picked up, then we'll arrange to have somebody to come by at the plant, wherever it's at. You can just make arrangements for it, and we'll try to pick it up. But we're looking forward to the best state fair booth that we've ever had thus far. Thank you so much. Something else I want to say, but I'll wait a few minutes on another subject.
Well, go ahead. Let's go ahead. This, I mean, we're about to come to the end of it. So you want to go ahead and
well,
have it
I realize you've been here several minutes, but I beg your attention for just a few more minutes. After the discussion we've had here this morning, I feel like that I'd be extremely negligent in my duties as State Director of Political Education if I didn't make a few observations here. I think there's been some very, very important points brought out here this morning, and I thoroughly realize the seriousness of the situation which we find ourselves in. I want to begin again, as has already been mentioned, by reminding you people, and you are the leaders, since this is a Coke Committee meeting, it's a most appropriate occasion. I want to remind you of a few things, and I'm going to get rather plain here, that you are going to be confronted with 2 or 3 subjects. It's going to be mentioned more than any other one thing from now to November 5th. There's no use in beating the devil around the bush. We have to speak and speak plain. The Committee on Political Education, as the political arm of the Mississippi AFL-CIO, just as the National Committee on Political Education is the political arm of the AFL-CIO itself. And the Constitution under which we operate, Coke Constitution, provides that we have a responsibility in our political education program to make available to the members of AFL-CIO in Mississippi without fear or favor the record of those people who seek public office at the hands of the electorate. And as I see it, when the decision is made by the AFL-CIO, we have a mandate to do this. As is the case in an election for justice of the peace or constable or governor or any other office, your officers, your executive committee, your executive board, your state committee on political education has always been fair and impartial. We have never dealt in personalities. We have dealt in the record, the pure, unadulterated, unpolished, everyday facts of life. And that's the way, the only way that it can be in a political campaign. And that's the way it's going to continue to be as long as I have anything to do with it. We've got entirely too many people in this labor movement today who sit back and who, just because Grandpa's a good man. I had two good granddaddies, and I thank God for them. Or just because Uncle Bill or Uncle somebody says, well, old so-and-so's a good old boy, I think we ought to vote for him. Well, that won't get the job done. What's his record? What's his record? Insofar as mine and your bread and butter and the clothes on our backs concerned. That's what we're talking about. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for just a minute, I want to mention a couple of things here that hadn't been mentioned this morning, I don't think. Well, one was mentioned casually by President. Let's see what the problem is here in Mississippi. It's civil rights. Let's don't fool ourselves. Civil rights. Well, we've got people that are under the impression, and how they got there, I haven't been able to figure out, that the civil rights only benefits the black race. This is so wrong. This is so wrong. Now, I'm going to be plain about this. Anybody in the labor movement that has ever been out on the road to organize people in the trade union movement can tell you at one time or another their civil rights has been violated. As a matter of fact, they haven't been extended any. Just as a good example, ask Ray Smithart back there what happened to his civil rights. Listen, just as sure as there's a God in heaven this morning, there's no group of people on earth that ought to be any more interested in this business we call civil rights. I'm coming right down to the meat and the coconut now. Let's see what the guts of this thing is. There has been many occasions when an organizer in the state of Mississippi for the labor movement has been picked up just for parking his car and getting out on the sidewalk and cussed and beat and thrown in jail. Where's his civil rights at? Why did this happen to him? Because he was a representative of organized labor trying to bring to the people in the local community a better way of life. This is not reason to get all stirred up. What in the hell is the reason? What is a good reason? My friends, listen. It's up to you and I to talk about these. You Mississippi. I want to make this crystal clear. That yes, it's our job, it's the officer's job. But I can't do anything. Nobody else can't do anything by ourselves. And I'm appealing to you. I'm appealing to you to go back and to do your job. I know you will. But I mentioned these few things here this morning just to remind you, and I know you're aware, remind you of what the real trouble is. This is all that's going to be talked about in this campaign. These are the things that you're going to be backed up in the corner. And as has already been said, we have never attempted to force anybody to vote for anybody. Our job is to see that the people know the facts. This is what we intend to do. And after that's done, it has to be up to the individual to decide how they're going to vote. But I don't think we can do any less. I don't think we can do any less. And I've always been the type person that give the other person a right to his views on anything. That's what this labor movement's been built on. Democracy, my friends, wherein from the local union level all the way to the AFL-CIO Federation was the forums for people to get on the floor and express their opinion, regardless of what that opinion is. And then in the final analysis, the majority rules. And we can't do any less today. We come together, we give everybody a right to say what they think. And we are going to give the voters in this state, the members of the labor movement and their families, the facts as they really are, not pro or con, not leaning one way or the other. We just go tell them the truth. And then we're going to give them that right to make up their mind. But we must give them the facts. If they are mind to vote contrary to that, we can't do anything about it.
Well, that ought to be a good one to close it out on, Tom. Thank you very much for the time.
View once in a while, where we were and where we are. We have a gentleman sitting in this room now that I'd venture to say is the oldest organizer that in terms of years of organizing in the state of Mississippi that has ever been in the state. And I can recall hearing him say that there was a time when he couldn't get not one little chicken house to call an organizing or a union meeting in the state of Mississippi. That's Bob Summers. He went all over this state trying to find a place to meet, and he couldn't find a place to meet. I think it does us good once in a while to review those things. Why can we get a room like this, or why can we hold a convention in a hotel in Jackson or on the Gulf Coast? Or why can we have union halls? Or why can we have a labor school in the Mississippi State University? Why is Claude Ramsey invited to speak in the various state universities? It's because we have grown. And we haven't grown by sticking our necks in the sand. We haven't grown by dodging issues. We have grown by taking stands. we can't lay down and play dead and grow. Did you ever see a prize fighter win a fight outside the ring? He's got to be in the ring to be declared a winner. You can't win a fight outside the ring. So let's get in this ring. Let's call the shots. I don't know the one perfect man that ever lived on the face of the earth. And he was crucified by his own people. Let's don't go back home and crucify our leader. Let's get behind him in this effort. Let's take this thing back to our membership. And let's win the state of Mississippi for the Democratic Party. Thank you.
The arm, let the lady.
All I want to say is that on behalf of one of the candidates in District 4, I'd like to comment, Congressman Montgomery from Meridian is running in District 4. He is a man that labor can go to and talk to. He is the only congressman from Mississippi who has ever attended a labor function in the state of Washington. In Washington. And I think Ed can back me up that he will fraternize with union people, and he makes a good showing for Mississippi, for all those union people. And I feel like the unions can work through Montgomery in a big way. It will show him our support.
He's got Prentice Walker running against him again, doesn't he? Yeah.
I just wanted to say this, we're talking about some of the past.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people present was when the States' Rights Organization was in 1948.
Yes.
We rented a room right here in this hotel ahead of time and paid for it in advance. And when they found out it was going to be the Truman Marxist people trying to meet here to do something about it, then they tried to cancel out. Now we couldn't get a place to have an office until after Truman was elected. Was the president, then we got an office down in the Edwards Hotel, but they attempted to close us out. Exactly, we had our meeting played, and the only reason it didn't is that we had paid that thing in advance and insisted we were going to meet here. And we met right in this hotel, not this is the Walsall Hotel then. That's 48.
Well, we're making progress, at least. They allowed us to meet here today. Well, now, this concludes the business that we had to take up with you here today. We told we'd try to get through here around noon. It's now about 12:15, and unless there is something else to come up, we're going to adjourn here in just a minute. Is there anything else? Anyone else like to?
I'd like to tell Tom that CWA 3509 in Hattiesburg, Mississippi received their 5th award yesterday.
Good.
For going over the contract.
Good. Now, I read this statement at the meeting, and all the local unions will receive it. There are a few representatives here probably that will not get it. Anybody like to have a copy of it can pick it up on their way out. Well, I'd like to ask you to stand and ask Brother Marvin Taylor to dismiss us with a word of prayer. Would you mind doing that, Marvin?
Our Heavenly Father, as we come to the close of this meeting together, we would first of all pray thy blessings upon the actions that have been taken. We trust that thou will be with us, that we'll have thy guidance and thy blessings upon our efforts, for we deem it to be in the interest of humanity and for the best interest of working people in this state and in this nation.
Amen.
We would ask thee to guide us and direct us on our respective journeys to our respective destinations. Forbid that any harm or danger should befall any of us as we travel. We pray thy blessings upon us now. Until we meet again, let us put forth our best efforts, put our trust in thee, put our efforts in our organization, attempt great things in the name of the organization, in the name of Christ our Lord,
Amen.
Being adjourned.
For the 10-year period from 1957. This is the kind of a performance the management is making today. They have, well, we know from our studies that while we have a normal victory percentage, all unions have a national victory percentage in NLRB elections of between 52 and 54%. In those cases where the management has unfair labor practices successfully charged against them, that percentage falls to as low as 35%. So you see, the name of the game is simply the willingness of the management community to subvert the law or to even violate the law, simply as a means to avoid its responsibility of meeting its workers at the bargaining table. Against these kind of odds, against these kind of activities on the part of the management community, the labor movement is continuing to grow. It is continuing to make progress in terms of its general economic levels. It's continuing to make progress in terms of the manner in which it is appealing to new members. It's a very difficult task. It's one that you have to live with every day, those of you who are leaders. And it just doesn't happen by accident. One of our favorite stories in the organizational department in this respect is the story of the Irishman in New York City who was walking down the street one day and a plate glass window fell out and crashed on the sidewalk. It frightened him and he fell to the sidewalk. And realizing he wasn't hurt, he started to get up. And as he did, he looked up and saw the name of the corporation from whose building the window had fallen. It was a gigantic corporation, a very wealthy one, and so he just laid there on the sidewalk and figured this was a good chance to clean up. And they came and took him to the hospital, and he couldn't move. He sued for $1 million, and he got a jury trial. And the day of the trial, they wheeled him into the hospital on a white cot. It was very dramatic. At the jury trial, he won a full award. At the conclusion of the trial, the attorney for the corporation came over to him and said, "Pat, we want you to know something. We know that you're not permanently injured. You're not even temporarily injured. You won the award, okay. We want you to know that every day of every week of every month for the rest of your life, we're going to have a guy following you. The first day that you get up off of that cot or out of that wheelchair, we're going to have you back in this court for fraud." And Pat said, "You know," he said, "there's something I should be telling you." He said, "When they wheel me out of here, they're going to put me in an ambulance that's going to take me out to John Kennedy Airport. And there they're going to put me in an airplane that's going to fly me over to Paris, France. And then they're going to put me in an ambulance there. It's going to take me up to the shrine of Our Lady of Lourdes, and I think the greatest miracle of the century is going to take place there that afternoon. It would be great if we could approach the problems that we have in growth, the problems that we have in organizing, the problems that we have in terms of legislative challenges, hopefully expecting a miracle. But it isn't that way. In closing, let me tell you that I think that we really have a miracle in the labor movement. And you know, miracles have been defined as things that people believe deeply enough in happening that they do happen. And I think we have a miracle in our form and in our structure, in what we're here for and in what we're supposed to do. You ever stop to think that the AFL-CIO is a family of 128 different national and international unions with between 14 and 15 million members. Spread all over this nation, there are 60,000 local unions of AFL-CIO unions. There are over 800 local central bodies in this nation, and every state with a functioning state body. There is no other segment of our order other than government which has a more complete network of representation and interest at every level of every community than does the labor movement. And when you start to think of this kind of miracle and the manner in which our purpose is one to really help ourselves by helping others, the fact that only through the machinery of unionism do you have the kind of continuing mechanics to help people and to help the community. Look back and review for yourself sometime the great accomplishments of your union, and not just what it has meant to you and your members, but what it has meant to the total community. We spend more of our money in Washington lobbying for all of the people than we do lobbying just for our people. Medicare, Medicaid, education, Social Security, minimum wage, health and safety laws, we are the biggest lobbying force for this kind of social legislation in the nation's capital, and never is there even a suggestion that the results of those efforts be restricted to those who pay dues and are members of our union. It is really the people's lobby, and it's one that you can be proud of. And the miracle that I think exists is the manner in which all of us, when banded together in this kind of an operation, with our eyes towards the kind of goals that we set for ourselves, not just for our members, but for the total community, will one day be looked upon with the same kind of thankful evaluation that we can look back upon the efforts of those who preceded us. The fact that we have a public school education system in this country had its very beginnings in the working men associations of those days. And every bit of broad social and economic progress from that time to this present time has had the leadership, and in some cases, almost the exclusive leadership of the labor movement, whatever it was at that time. And we sit here today in the kind of comfort that reflects the hard work and the sacrifice of those who made the miracle work in the decades past. And I say to you that the job all of us have today is to make that miracle continue to work. And all of the ingredients are here. The challenge is here. The field is here. The problems, the leadership, our participation. If it fails, it does not fail because the problem was too great. If it fails, it doesn't fail because the problem wasn't there. It's the kind of miracle that can only fail if we make it fail. And the only way we can make it fail is to refuse to recognize the kind of broad responsibilities we have and the deep importance of every bit of energy each one of us needs to put into our role as a leader to make it come about. And I say to you that in my estimation, this is one of the real great miracles. And you know, as you sit here today, I am sure there are people sitting here who might not have anticipated that this could ever have come to pass. I am not an expert in Mississippi or some of the states of the South. But I'm sure there are people here who see great social and economic accomplishments that they can attach almost exclusively to the vigor and the determination of the labor movement, fighting at many times against great odds. Accomplishments here today, visible accomplishments that would not have occurred without this kind of performance by organized workers. Don't be ashamed of being excited about your union. Don't be ashamed of being demanding with respect to the role that it needs to fill and the job that it needs to do. I tell people all over this nation that I am as fiercely proud of the AFL-CIO as I am of anything short of my family and my church. And very frankly, I put all three of them awfully close together. And I think anybody who thinks of his union and what it needs to be cannot help but reach that kind of conclusion. And I don't want to sermonize, but I just want to, in closing, say that the manner in which we have overcome the obstacles of the past is precisely the best guarantee we have of progress in the future. Certainly some of the machinery, some of the methods, some of the techniques must be modernized and updated. But the basic atmosphere in which they will flourish and upon which their progress must depend is the atmosphere of all of us believing that the union is a great force for great good for all people, and then making sure that we do our share to make it work. I think you have done this more and more in this state. You are to that extent a great inspiration to workers, particularly in their organized union form all over this nation. I would say to you, each year, renew the vow to more vigorously pursue the goals that you have set for yourselves. Because if this state is to be what I think it's destined to be, it's going to occur very largely as a result of what you, as leaders of the organized labor movement in this state, do to make it come about. Thank you very much for having me here today.
Thank you very much, Bill, for those inspiring remarks. We hope that you can spend some time with us. That you don't have to rush back, but we understand that you do have a rather tight schedule and that you probably will not be able to spend the entire convention with us. But we do appreciate very much your appearance here this morning, and we'll look forward to working with you and your department in the future. I'd like to introduce some of the guests that we have present now at this time and name a committee to escort our speaker this afternoon. Stein McKay will be on our program this afternoon, representing the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, Consumer Affairs Department of that department. And I'm going to introduce some of our lady representatives and ask them to serve on that escort committee. Ms. Sue Herring Meredith. Sue, stand up and let us see you. You here? Sue in the back. ACWA representative. Emma D. Jarrett, also with ACWA. Emma D. Mrs. Irene Dunlap, also with ACWA. Here. Rita Guyton with ACWA. Rita. Jesse Bingham with ACWA. Where's Jesse? We're certainly glad to have you ladies with us. We'd like to ask you to serve on the escort committee along with Beth Harbor and Mrs. Jennings Davis. The two lady members of our board. Would you please act as an escort committee for our speaker this afternoon? We have a number of international union representatives that we'd like to introduce that are here with us today. See Ray Smithart sitting in the back, international representative with the Rubber Workers Union. Ray, stand up and take a bow. Ray has been doing a real bang-up job for the Rubber Workers Union. I'd hope that Brother Kircher could hear this report. I believe 2 years ago we had, 4 local unions chartered in the state, Ray? Now we've got 10, haven't we? We've got about 10 locals chartered in the state now, one of the fastest growing unions in the state. I also saw Hubert Mills sitting back there a few minutes ago. Hubert with the Chemical Workers Union. Another fast-growing union in our state, chemical, how many locals you got chartered now, Hubert? 13 chemical workers, locals in the state, which means that they're more than double the number of local unions here since our last convention. I saw Cornelius Forrest around here somewhere a few minutes ago with the packing house workers. Would you stand up, Cornelius? Another union that's made tremendous progress in our state. As a matter of fact, this particular union did not have a local chartered in Mississippi when we had our last convention. How many you got now, Cornelius? 4 or 5? 3 chartered, but you won several other elections. 2 more pending. Right. 3 chartered, 3 contracts, and elections results depending before the board of the National Labor Relations Board, and a number of others. Let me introduce several international reps to you now. We're guests of the convention. Jennings Davis with ACWA. You here? Oh, I didn't see you over there. W.D. Christie with the machinist. I knew he was talking when he ought to have been listening there. See that thing he's got around his neck? Raymond D. Oliver, Vice President of the Firefighters Union. Brother Oliver, we're certainly glad to have you with us. Doing a real good job with the firefighters. John Gillespie with IBEW. Where's John? Is he here? John's a former member of our board. Anyhow, he's around here. We hope to have some people from the local that he's just chartered in Jackson at the convention before it's over with, out here at Presto, one of the recent victors of IBEW. Wiley Smith, the Upholsters International Union. Probably stepped out. T.H. Vincent with the Packing House Workers. To have you with us. Clay Higginbottom, also with the UPA, Packing House Workers. Glad to have you with us. Joe Bloodworth with the Office Workers Union. Glad to have you with us, Mr. Bloodworth. Edgar Barton with the Upholsters Union. Brother Barton here. Somebody tell him I did get around to introducing him. He's up in Pontotoc, one of the real tough areas of the state. They took several years, but they finally pulled it through and have a contract up to Dean Industries now. Robert Bracken with the Chemical Workers Union. P.C. McKinnis with the IUE. The rabble rouser of the First Order. Glad to have you with us. A.E. Cox with the Amalgamated Meat Cutters Union. Glad to have you with us, Gene. Val Cox with the Building Service Employees Union. Val here in the back. Glad to have you, Val. This is another union that's just recently moved into our state. It's making considerable progress. We hope that they'll have several local unions here in the near future. Charles Arnold with IUE. A native Mississippian from out at the Vickers plant, if you please. Lehman Montgomery with the Building Service Employees Union. You present? There he is. We're glad to have all of you representatives with us. We've got a number of other guests that are present. We hope to get around to introducing you later on in the convention, but we do have two young men sitting up front here. I understand won't be able to stay with us for the entire convention. They left already. Bob Boyd and Danny Cupid, have they done left out? Didn't let me get around to introduce them, did I? I wanted to introduce Bob Boyd to you especially. Bob has done a lot of work for this organization. You find that little folder in your kit, the legislative brochure. Bob Boyd put that together for us, and I'd like for you to meet him, at least make his acquaintance. We have a couple of announcements to make before we recess for lunch. We'd like to again remind you to register at the desk, get your name in the pot for the suit of clothes that will be given away tomorrow afternoon, and a number of other items, shirts and what have you. Would also like to request the delegates in attendance that intend to attend the banquet tomorrow night to please get your tickets outside at the registration desk before the day is over. We must have a fairly accurate head count in order to advise the hotel how many seats and so forth to prepare for tomorrow night. I'd like to urge all of you to attend the banquet tomorrow night. We have a very distinguished speaker who it will be well worth the time and money to attend this banquet just to hear it. John Henry Falk, as you notice on the program, will be our after-dinner speaker. And without going into a lot of details about the man, I'll simply say this, that he won the highest award in the courts of the United States ever won by a single individual. We'll talk about that some tomorrow night when we introduce him, but he won a libel lawsuit in the courts for $3 million. Now, he hasn't collected all of that amount of money, but at least he won the award and put some people where they should be. So we'd like to urge you to come to the banquet. I'd remind you that a number of members of the legislature have been invited, and we'd like to ask you to do a little lobbying with them while you eat tomorrow night. See if we can't get something done before you leave town. I'd like to remind the organizers that are going to have lunch with Bill Kircher. Remind them that lunch will be in the Rose Room just off of the lobby. I'd like to ask you to assemble there as soon as you can, as soon as we recess. We have other announcements in the Rose Room? Silver Room, or the Silver or the Rose, anyhow, they're both right there together. Won't have any trouble finding. Do we have any other announcements before we recess for lunch? You got one? Brother Shaker.
The Rules Committee must meet, and I will call a meeting for 1 o'clock, parlor 8. I realize it's going to cut time short a little bit, but I believe in 30 minutes we can get the business at hand wrapped up. We must report immediately after the convention is delegates are seated. So all of the Rules Committee members in parlor 8, 1 o'clock. Those members are Clifton Dunlap, Byron Greer, J.R. Saucerman, Pauline Fortenberry, May Hodge, G.A. Canfield, Edward Henry. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Schaefer. Do we have any other announcements? Any other committee meetings, anything of that kind? If not, the convention will stand recessed until 1:30 p.m. sharp.